In this episode of The Cole Memo, I was invited to a licensed bordello in Wells, Nevada.
Rumors spreading round in that Texas town about the shack outside the game. And you know what I'm talking about. Just let me know if you wanna go to that home out on the range. They got a lot of nice girls. I'm racing. Well, here it's fine if you got the time and the chance to get yourself in. And here it's time.
This episode marks one of the final installments in our series on the legalized prostitution industry as it exists today in America. You can view all of the episodes that have been released to date at thecolememo.com/sex. As we begin, please note that there are some scenes, including scene 1, with less than optimal audio quality. To enhance your viewing experience, closed captions have been included to ensure you can follow along even if you encounter difficulties in hearing. I highly recommend checking out the video version of this episode on YouTube, Spotify, and Patreon. If you need help finding the video version of this podcast, see the link in this episode's description. Given the extended duration of this episode, we'll skip my standard preamble and jump right into the action, starting with my arrival at the brothel, where I rang the doorbell to commence my tour. It's like when the strobe is flashing, that's when I push the door to enter.
Hi,
Hello.
welcome. Oh, you're looking pretty Western.
Yeah. Fit the heart, right?
Yes, it's good. Look
Yes,
at
this
you.
is Justine.
I'm Justine. Nice to meet you.
You don't look Western, Justine.
I'm Midwestern.
Midwestern?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow. Hell yeah.
Look at that.
This is so cozy, Bella.
Yeah.
Nice.
I love it. How's your morning been?
Good.
Good.
Yeah.
We went to Angel Lake and it's so beautiful.
And it's stunning, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let me turn this down just a little bit.
Sure.
So this is the point.
Yeah.
When the client comes to the door, we ask them if they've been here before. And of course, I didn't get a chance because I'd like to start to hug you. And from there, we bring the client around. Funny, when we haven't met yet, we ask him, what's his been here? Where you like something to drink, a beverage, it doesn't have to be alcohol. And then she's going to tell him all about Alice and what to expect, what she'd like for him to do. And so that by the time we have a lineup of ladies, that he's comfortable enough to choose from and talk to as many as is required for him to find his purpose.
Right.
Yes.
Very cool.
Yes.
Some liquid courage to start the
Well,
or like you say, just water.
yes.
Yeah.
So in other words, it's really like it's a brothel with the courtesy of a law.
Yeah.
Okay. And many times, just something in somebody's hand is enough to give them a chance to just sort of settle it right. And so this is, of course, this is the area right here of what all the lineups happen.
This is where you'd get a lineup. So you'd come in here and women would line up for you right here. You could sit right here and you could pick, right? So sit right here with my cowboy boots. I want you. They take my hand, right? They take me over here.
And then I don't know that you like to carry on.
Sure, yeah, let's do it.
Okay. All right. So anyway, this is our ATM machine. That's right. That's right. No payment options are cash, credit card, and then the ATM. And it dispenses $100 bills. Left it over to me. Okay. And you can get up to 500 at a time, but you can put in your card in as long as the card is like it. Okay.
Very nice.
All right. And then over here, we have men's living. Right here. And this was all remodeled about 3 years ago. The beautiful woman that built Hacienda, that's what it was called then. This was, of course, the men's. And she put King Tom. And that's one of the original ladies' bathrooms and which I think is hysterical.
Yeah.
You know? So, but this is, I have to keep this here on.
Yeah.
I mean, it's too good.
I'll probably use it time too. Yeah.
Yeah, but also, you have to remember that every now and then, one of the staff members wants to put a little sign up there that says, stand closer, it isn't that long. So, anyway, as we head this direction, we have several rooms here. We have a workout room there we can see in a second. This is what we call our conversation room. Okay?
Into this little room. This is the conversation room. And this is where we talk about what we gonna do.
So this conversation room, okay, this is where, okay, typically a lady will visit the kind of this, right? Because not to find out what kind of experience of life. And obviously, if I take my hands away, my knee away, you can't hear me as well.
Right.
So we do this.
Right.
And so what we have here is this room where we're close enough to the bar where he's comfortable, or she, or them, but we're also far enough away where there's a bit of privacy.
Sure.
So if there's a lot of clients out there,
So we don't have to be hollering out.
no, but you still feel like you didn't disappear,
Right.
like into the depths of those hustles. But he's kind of feminine, and yet it's a little kind of what I call frick spiritual. It's the ground that you set on.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the land.
Isn't that great? That was a gift from one of my former bartenders. And so you're going to see a lot of artwork, crystals, a few little dolls, things that are, I'm going to say, help make it cozy.
Yeah. Hell, I definitely think of them.
All right. So let's say we've talked about money.
Right.
Okay. What you'd like to spend on yourself. From there, it moves into from behind this curtain. You can be checked, all of those things. Push the button, the bartender or hostess will come. Transaction happens, and down how it goes.
Yeah.
But from here, we can also look at some of the other great things that we can spell.
Yeah, and before we go, real quick, just Justine come in here. I thought it was interesting. You were pointing out that if like we proceed and I say, hey, let's have this party, I've got my money, and you're like, yep, let's do it. You're saying that right behind this curtain is where we would have the like inspection, or as some people call the DC.
Yes, that's what we can check you over.
Right over here is where they do what's called a dick check. So let's take a look here. Yeah, so they got like wipes, fucking a sink and stuff. So they'll, you lower your pants, show them your stuff. Yeah, and just explain that a little bit more for just really.
Oh.
It sounds self-explanatory.
Well, it does, but when a gentleman gets checked for STDs or STIs, all right, the ladies are checked every week. Condoms are mandatory statewide, and yet they want to look and make sure there isn't any infection. Something like chlamydia, you can't even tell somebody has chlamydia. But as long as everybody scrubs their hands good,
Mm-hmm.
it's typically non-existent. All right, but it's the hands that tend to want to spread chlamydia or whatever.
Sure.
But you don't want any, any of those other
Sores.
sores or growths or discharges of any
Yeah.
kind. So that's what they're looking for, just to make sure that, and it doesn't happen very often that a condom breaks, but if it did,
Right.
that the gal isn't like really overly concerned.
Sure. Makes sense.
It's still, I'm going to say, a concern because things like that take a little minute to sort of propagate.
Mhm.
All right. But luckily, those are the things that brothels don't have. We don't have clients that come in that are filled with disease.
Sure.
They're here because they want to stay clean.
Yeah. Yeah.
They want everything, keep going forward in their life. And let's say they might have a significant other or a wife or whatever. They don't want to take anything home.
Sure.
And so, a lot of the younger ladies that are coming up, I'm going to say over the past decade or two, they've never even had sex without a condom. They just don't know.
Right, right.
It's like cell phone condom.
Mhm.
That's it, and that's okay.
Yeah, that's good.
Because that can really stop the spread of disease. But, behind there would be like,
So basically,
alcohol, baby wipes.
Yeah.
Well, you drop them for
I'd
a
drop
second.
my pants.
Mhm.
You guys would inspect, kind of look with light, I'm assuming.
Well, absolutely. Good
Yeah.
headline. Because you never know how big it is.
Sure,
You
sure.
really want to look.
Yeah.
And then, once
Magnifying glass just in case.
Oh, I'm telling you, big. Even magnifying glass. And you have to have a sense of humor. But,
Sure.
it seems like the gentlemen really and truly don't mind.
Yeah.
And it maybe in a way, it's a little bit of a personal voyeur thing, looking down and saying, well, it's not too bad,
Right.
And where I think that many times guys really don't mind.
Right. Well, and like you say, it plays into the, for lack of better words, the safety that you feel when you choose to come here to be put through that test. Well, everybody else is put through this test too. They're tested weekly. Everybody has to wear condoms. I don't have much to worry about.
We really have nothing to
Yeah.
worry about,
Yeah.
and as your audience would probably really like to know, there's never been a case of HIV.
Yeah.
Never. And, and way back when I first began as owner here, syphilis was an issue, and it was always like coming out of Texas.
Mhm.
All right. But it wasn't like anybody caught anything here. It was like in the screening, we were able to get ladies treated, right? But back in the very beginning of my time, like the 80s, it was actually legal to have sex without a condom. And many people go, what?
Yeah.
It's very difficult to understand that it was legal. People were clean. There was no HIV. Syphilis was rare. Gonorrhea was rare. I mean, so rare we just didn't see it. And it was the same like with other brothels, because it's a place where I call it a destination. You don't have to be concerned about anything. There's a safety for everyone, client and courtesan alike. Everybody's meeting on like a neutral ground, a neutral area. And that way they have the opportunity to just drop all the disguises. What would you like? And so together they come to an agreement. They may never see each other again. Is that the perfect one night stand?
Yeah, right.
And then, should the client decide that he'd like to see you again, well, that's great. But that's where it stops. There aren't extra curricular activities outside the brothel. Client courtesan. And no one ever wants to cross that line. No, it shouldn't be.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. You come here some flavor and as they, I know we're not in Vegas, but what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, right?
Happens at
That's kind of the
Bella's.
idea
Yeah.
that you're
Happens
talking
at
about, right?
Bella's, stays at Bella's.
Yes.
Right? And it's like, don't share personal information, because you may not want to call.
Sure.
She may not want to call
Right.
in the morning. So if we just take and we do this, I'm going to call it professionally. It's the right thing to do. And so what we're looking at here, Cole, is like, this is legal. Okay. So if we look at the industry of, let's call it sensual sexual services, that is a multi-tiered, unbelievably complicated situation that has no solution. Okay. Right at the tippy top of that, sort of like a little nipple, is one state that in the rural areas legalized it. Okay. So here we are, we're like this little nipple. And everyone else down here and all these tiers want what we have, but they don't know how to get there.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so I feel in my heart that if even Vegas had a district, they'd become part of this up here and be part of the solution instead of the state with the most human trafficking.
Yeah.
But the whole idea is how to take and still have things like decriminalization, because this is an industry. It just rarely pays taxes. This one does up here. But in the meantime, because it's so complicated, the way down here, we'll say, but kind of like by the wharf, Indiana, whatever somebody's trading for sex or take a baby or whatever, we're never going to reach that.
Yeah.
But, to look at this whole idea, okay, why is Bella still there? That's the only thing I can speak on and say, if you just put it in rural areas where it's going to work for you, this is what you can expect.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. And if it's done with a ballot and with people being non-judgmental and with them allowing the tax money, I think it works. It can't help. It doesn't mean the City of Wells wants to stand up ever and say, well, I'm pro, because it's not about that. Right. They're just merely staying out of the way and allowing something to be that's been here since 1950 and before.
Yeah. Since these countries founded.
So the first 20 years of this history here, okay, that building burnt down. Same lady, same Helen Carter. But when she rebuilt in the 70s, this is really what we're standing in. It's just been redone from everything underneath it up. So when we look at why it works in Long Valley, why would anybody come to Wells? It's a $5 show. And an angel one.
Yeah.
It's not enough. So it's a destination. It's where people come from all over right to hear.
You're the closest to Utah and everything else, right?
And Idaho. Okay. And then I, of course, did that article that the Post picked up, New York Post, that was, offering a discount to Utahns who are the most sexually depressed people.
Yeah.
Well, it was perfect. I just wanted them to know where we're at.
Yeah.
Not one of them asked for this.
Really? That's cool.
But they called, they showed up.
Yeah.
But it's a good thing. I just want them to know where we are.
Right.
Pass the word.
Yeah.
Right? You got to
Yeah.
keep marketing.
Well, I was going to say, you can't do conventional advertising, so that's how you can get into the headlines and such.
Right.
And opportunities like this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And then what was it? It was Young Turks.
Oh, yeah.
They did a real cute thing on it. But, it's true. Now in Utah, I think you have to put up your firstborn and your driver's license, prove how old you are, to watch porn.
Yeah. Right.
Okay. And I'm like, well, usually anything the government gets involved in goes It's probably going to take a while. Possibly, right? But is it really their business, especially when I forgot who he is of the Young Turks? But he goes, well, he's talking about going to the machines to get the porn out of there in their quarters and all this stuff. That's natural young human behavior when hormones are raging.
Right.
Right? So it's like, we get to come to terms with this being human and allowing our hormones to do what they need to do, but safely.
Right. Right.
You know, when it's, where it's a great experience, because people come here for all different reasons. And I really believe with all my heart that people in general out there that have never really expressed, the fun of being human as well as they could have, right? That they want to think that it's something that shouldn't be talked about or people shouldn't do, or that there's some sort of a tarnish on it, when it's really the best reason to be human. You know, to be in these skins, because this is it.
Yeah.
We don't see how much we can eat or drink or whatever. We do, but that's not the real thing. It's all about that connectedness. So we might as well just be energy, right?
Yeah. Straight up.
So, you know, I'm speaking out about this and offering my assistance so that if there's people or politicians or all this stuff that's going on in Queens and the Heights in New York, that all this illegal activity and it's on the streets and it's in residential areas, I know how it works and why it works. So it seems to me that the best thing I can do is say, here's what I recommend you do. You don't have to be for or against it. How about the tax money? How about the safety? Because just deregulating does not give anyone police protection.
Right. Right.
At all.
Like, I'm going to butcher the quote. This is obviously about a totally different subject, but you can't stop abortion. You can only stop safe abortions, right? So to relate to this, you can't stop people from engaging in these behaviors. But if you're going to, what you will probably stop is it happening safe for them.
Yes.
Right?
Yes,
So
you
you read
will.
it above board, and exactly.
So it goes underground.
Right.
All right.
Without the ability to regulate it or oversee it. I don't know what people don't get about that. When you force something into the underground, you can't regulate it.
That's correct. How about prohibition?
Right.
It's all the same. So people are going to get it. Anyway. All right. So, you know, in this tiny little town, it really isn't any different. In a lot of aspects, except for us. So where are we? We're across the tracks. Nothing. All right. Built that road just so people could get here without going through town. Okay. It was a more direct way. And it was at a time when I think town was struggling to survive and thrive after the opening of I-80. Okay. And because I-80 meant that all these little towns, a person no longer had to serve.
Right. Well, and with the increased fuel efficiency of cars, they didn't have to stop as often.
Mm-hmm.
So these towns in between just kind of, well, they turned into ghost towns, right?
Right. Well, here because we're on the crossroads, we've got all these truck stops. Well, if anybody's been in California at a truck stop thing, what's there? Oh, they call them lawn lizards, but it's women jumping from shopping. You know, I mean, banging on the trucks and it's not good. And there's no regulation. And so, but back to that one thing I was saying, the politicians, I could present something.
Yeah.
It could be voted on. They don't have to be for or against. They don't have to wear a label pro-sex worker. They don't have to label anything. All they have to be is pro-business.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what Wells is. Pro-business. If they knew how it was going to benefit the city financially or with public safety, only two agendas people that govern should be concerned about. And chances are it can be reversed, but it probably isn't.
Yeah.
Revenue, public safety.
Yeah.
But even if they're on the same level, that's what we have here.
Right.
We don't have crime, we don't have rapes, we don't have truck stops filled with working women. I mean, it's a clean town.
Yeah. Yeah.
For that many truck stops for sure. So I'm wanting to be that woman that could speak out so that I can be what I call the American matter. Here's the deal. It was like for the longest time I was, 15 years into it and 20 years into it. And now, of course, it's written that I'm almost 40 years into this. Look at her.
Yeah.
So that something can gain momentum so that there's avenues that can open up where I know a lot of individuals in this industry, maybe they don't want to pay the tax money. But guess what? This is the era we were born into. We weren't pre-born and before taxes happened. No, we popped out right in this time. So if we're going to utilize the money, we have to be part of that system. But then, you have to remember, what about the trans? What about this? What about the massage parlors? It's not going to work here. Massage with happy ending, you'll get to see our massage room. That's all workable. But there are certain elements of what I call sensual, sexual providing, where a beautiful trans won't make it here. We're too rural Nevada. We're too sort of, not redneck, but it's like they're stuck on women.
Sure. Yeah.
All right. And so that's just how it is.
Yeah.
So we say, okay, that's the blueprint for that. And I understand why that works and why maybe in the city they could have houses that were for trans or have something where there's a different attraction and they would make it.
Yeah.
They would do well financially. They'd reach their goals. What is an industry about? People with a calling and want to reach their financial goals.
Right.
So I'm really so pro whatever that is for all of us in all our different groups, that we find the doorways. And if it's complicated, we're going the wrong way.
Yeah.
And so I think it's super simple.
Yeah. Great.
But it takes Bella having a loud enough voice as American Madam where people go, what'd you say?
Yeah.
And then at least there's an avenue for more people that are waking up to their station.
Yeah. And then you get to pick a room, right? Now, Bella, let's continue the tour, shall we?
I know, isn't it great? All right, so we will head back through the little red drakes again. And so you probably got something a little bit like that last night on that photo, huh?
Yes, exactly.
So that's like Bella the bartender there. That's Elvis. All right, so, in these hallways, you're going to see that there's like this thing at the end of the hallway. And if you look up, you see it's an exit. Who wants to know where the exit is when you're in paradise? Probably no one.
Right.
So it's sort of disguised a little bit for the warmth. All right. So then this, like I said, was the original historic hallway. We'd make a right turn here because this is how all the ladies in the original building had to get to the parlor because they couldn't go through the bar if they weren't totally dressed. And where was the lineup?
It's in the parlor, which we'll head to. So this back hallway it's our yellow brick road to the new wing, but it's also the way the ladies and the clients leave the bar and go this way to keep the privacy of the ladies' part of the house.
Sure.
So if a lady is a smoker, then this is their area for when weather's great or a little bit of cigarette smoke here.
Yeah, I did see that at least one of your workers was 420 friendly, which we like.
Well, here's the thing. In the cannabis world in Nevada, there's this idea that, it's legal. Well, it is legal, but in a business, it isn't legal. So we tread very carefully.
Sure.
Where all the I'm going to say patrons or courtesans, if that is their choice of a lifestyle, that we do it where the house is safe and they're safe. Because a lot of the new young people out there, they like cannabis. They're not, big drinkers or hardcore drugs.
Right.
It's just a little bit of that is what they not just became comfortable with, it works for them.
Right.
So who am I or the world for that fact? Who in the world should tell them what's right or wrong?
Especially in the land of the free, right?
Yes, right.
Well,
should be land of
the free. That's right.
And then here's the other part of that. I can close this because there's a motor there.
No problem.
But we'll walk this way, and then I'll bring up the frontier thing, so I remember saying that. Okay, so this is like laundry, mops. This over here is what keeps everybody warm, or hot water, right? This is where all the extra storage is, the actual, draft beers, and then this is just extra for food, ladies, staff members, all right? And then this is a dry storage thing in here. When I first came, so it's the owner's suite. Now you have to stay in the cooler if you're going to stay in this. Keep you really cool down. This was a little closet and a bathroom.
Okay.
And then originally there would be a door that went into the office. But with time, that needed to change. We needed more room, more operating abilities, capacities, right? So this had to turn into the back hallway stuff. All right. And then, of course, this right here, hopefully it's not too messy. This would have led through a doorway, probably right over in here, to what is my little bit messy office, my keyboard and my stuff. But, yesterday was payday. So this is where the gals and I can talk. Because we're team players, right? Mm-hmm. They have a business license. I have a business license. And so the things that we get to read about or learn from, or it's a lot of the mentoring. And for me, it's like a lot of just listening. Where are they at? They don't need to be told what to do. They just need to be able to talk it out.
Sure.
So that they can make different choices or stay on the path that they said they want to be on.
Yeah.
And have somebody say, well, did you change your mind? Or is this still your goal? And then you get something like this sometimes. Still my goal. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, then you got to get on the bicycle. Here's the direction.
Sure.
Okay. And then this right here, it's a big deal. They all say, oh, Bella hates the try word. No, it's just an empowering word. And you either do or you do not, as Yoda would say. You just do. And if I had been a trier, do you think I'd still be standing here?
What's the come over here, Justin? What's the story behind this? Thanks to Carmela split the Walker the paddle with his ass.
Yeah, Walker, it was his name. Oh. And that goes back to like that late 80s. And they used to paddle people in the bar. And I mean, it was a board.
Yeah.
And he wanted to whack, and Carmelo made a good swing, and it just split right down the middle.
Split the paddle. Okay. I
With
see.
his
with his ass.
ass. Yeah. So, it's like some things you just have to save, right?
Is this, I was going to ask, is this a map of all brothels?
Well,
in Ireland, or-
some of them may not be here anymore.
Sure.
But we do have a map, a souvenir out front that's
Okay.
quite affordable. That's the newest map that
Okay,
I
cool.
had created. It's the only one in existence. That's me modeling days.
Oh, wow.
And, it's like, I guess I've been working on this for a while.
Yeah. Maybe that's what I'll get your autograph on the map.
There you go.
Yeah.
So this right here is like, I'm going to say it's the financial hub for all of them,
Mhm.
where we can just every Sunday, how'd it go this week? Where are you going? In some cases, okay, do you have a better plan on what you're going to do with your money? It's all that good stuff, because they have a short career. This isn't something that they can do. I'm going to say it's a little like hairdressing. Nobody goes to an old hairdresser. They just don't. You're looking for the young one that's got it on the ball, can make it wonderful, right? So it's here too. I mean, ladies that are from other countries can work longer. And there's just something in their cellular data that allows that to be possible.
Sure.
So, and the other thing I wanted to say about the cannabis thing, okay? Nevada was known for, quickie marriages, quickie divorces, the sex industry, gambling, okay? Now all we have left that isn't all over the country is what we accomplished with legal, we'll call it prostitution.
Yeah.
That's it. Otherwise, everybody's got everything else we have.
Yeah, true.
So why don't you guys catch up? Because
Yeah.
we've been doing this since the 70s.
Yeah.
It works. So I think that's a really good line.
Yes. Yes, it is. Yeah, perfect for promos.
I would pull that door too, if you would,
Oh, yeah.
Justine.
Now, is this where they get their money, or what is this?
Oh, wow. Okay. Second generation. Okay. Was this is even pre-cash register.
Oh.
But at some point in time, I will show you underneath where I initially said, this is where the credit card machine was setting. Those underneath were the original boxes. Okay, where each lady, you need to take that?
No.
Okay.
I was making sure I didn't.
All right, where each lady had a box in there. And prior to I-80 opening, every Sunday when the money was pulled out of each girl's box, they needed a big brown garbage bag. And each gal, the bag was full. And it was like $20 dates, $40 dates. Big date was like $60.
Yeah.
And honest to God, those sacks were full for each gal. Okay, well then credit card machines went digital. So we didn't have this anymore. I even go back to that slide
The
machine.
knuckle buster.
Exactly. So we were working to build the new wing that you'll get to see. When we built the new wing, we needed someplace else for the money to go because we didn't have 16 boxes out there. So we built this, right? So let's say there was 8 rooms over here and there was 8 rooms over there. So we would put the money in an envelope and it either said 1 or 1A, 2 or 2A, because this is 1A. And so all these things behind here and that behind Yoda was where all this money went.
Mm.
And then at the end of the week, we're ripping open all these envelopes, right? Hold that thought. Let me
No
just
problem.
make sure the world is good.
Yeah, no, you're good. Folks, I hope you're enjoying this tour of a brothel. I am.
I don't.
Everything
we were
okay?
talking about banking.
Yeah.
A bank wants to know if the check's good. Can you call the bank and tell them the check is good? Cannabis, sex work.
Yeah. Terrible.
Oh my God.
Do you have to make that call? If you do, it's
She's
okay.
going to text it to me.
Oh, okay.
So, I don't want her money to get held up. So we'll see when she gets that done. Then I will take 2 seconds and we can do it.
Totally good. Listening.
Okay. So
credit
After-
cards came.
right,
Knuckle
knuckle busters, all those things. And so a lot more ladies, all this stuff, right? And then cash registers, besides these, with the 2 buttons and the big things and no electricity, right? Or, well, they might have taken electricity. But so then we got the cash register for the bar and we got the cash register for the girls. Life changed. So this became part of the historical fact behind Bella's. So there was no point in like ripping it out. It's too big a little, what would you say? Novelty.
Sure.
Novelty, right?
Yeah.
All right. Yes. We got, well, it's history. As long as it's not on my face. All right. So this right here was the dot-to-dot picture, this much, in the Wall Street Journal in 2002. And it was when we had finished building this. The Winter Olympics was going in Salt Lake City, Park City area. And the Wall Street Journal heard about a woman expanding her business in time for the Winter Olympics. And so this journalist named Carlson, is probably long retired, he came out to interview me. Well, he got the sergeant at the time who was in Wells from the sheriff's department. And they saw him and he realized they were lost. And so he directs them over here. Mm-hmm. And it was like from there, there could be FBI, there could be CIA, there could be all these people from all over the world that were here to do their thing in Salt Lake City. And then they would show up here at Bella's. And so he took that photo and they do that dot to dot thing, and then they send you the original of the dot to dot, which was really cool. So it was the biggest thing I had done to date. I'd done like HBO's Sex. I'd done TBS. I did a lot of things. But the Wall Street Journal, if somebody had said, well, you're going to be in the Wall Street Journal, your articles were going to be next to the countries and how many gold medals they've won, I would have said, right. Right. You're kidding me, right?
Yeah. What are you smoking?
Yeah. Before we all knew we should, right? Right. So, but interestingly enough, when I was in my 20s, I worked as a maintenance engineer for Crown Center Hotel in Kansas City. So I was the only girl. It's like a novelty. Women were supposed to be hired for positions because that we hadn't been allowed to be in forever. But it was President Ford who was running against Jimmy Carter, right? And so it was the Republican convention. And so, we all had to have clearances, right? So that's where the president was staying. So the desk arrives, all this stuff, the 18th floor clears out. Well, guess who's in the FBI, the CIA? They're all in that hotel. So I'm already like documented to the point where they're in here and they go, we know who you are, Bella. And I said, oh, good. At one point I'm like running the elevator for these people, going up and down. And this guy gets on and I go, where's your bodyguard? He goes, I don't know. I lost him. It was Henry Kissinger.
Holy crap.
And I said, are you concerned? He said, no, he'll find me. Not this tall, and it's like, I had the most amazing experiences before I even got here. And so it was like, they were all those organizations before they got to Salt Lake City, they'd already investigated everything. They knew. So here they came. I got in a lot of trouble with the sheriff's department over that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because he didn't really like me very much. Darn, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, that still hangs here. couple weeks ago, right? So we've got our citrine tree. That's our little money tree here. It's a really great thing for abundance.
Very cool.
And so, that the incense, the sage,
Yeah.
the clearing of energy, people leave energy. They just do. They can't help it. So we get to set it free. Keep it clean, keep it clear. So we've got all kinds of wonderful things. Some have been donated. A lot of them are mine. And then, as we head down our Olympic hallway, which it was named, we have Isabella over here. Miss Isabella gets donated money for good luck. All right. That is not me. But anyway, so it's good. It's like everything. It's like feminine, but it isn't overdone. We've got our little Tibetan bell.
Oh wow, yeah.
And it's perfect for what I call the experience. Yeah. So this is just an exit door, but we've got this here instead, so nobody bothers to look up.
Yeah.
Right? And so when we head down this hallway, you're going to see there's cameras, but it's really just not to voyeur and watch people. It's just safety.
Sure.
Okay. And so down here, there are 8 rooms. Okay. And then there's 2 VIP suites. So there's 2 ladies that have left. And so these will all be detailed out. This one and this one. And then.
Is that what that water I was hearing somebody clean?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes. That's funny.
Hi. Nice to meet you. Good.
All right,
Just
so-
enjoying the tour.
Yep. For real. Yes. So we'll head down this way. A lot more art. All right. And then in here, this is our kind of BDSM room. So, it's a little darker, but it's got St. Andrew's cross. And there's been times where it's been quite explicit in here. But now it's enough.
Yeah.
Okay. And so if someone wants sort of this, I'm not going to call it darker fantasy. It's just a different fantasy. And it's typically done with a little more darkness. However, there are women that if we're full, they may be in here. But it suits their personality and it also has sorry, here somewhere. Or do we put on the outside?
Oh yeah, you're right there.
Oh, there we go. No, that's not yet. Where did we put that light? Over here. Here we go. Okay. So it has like the shower, the toilet, the sink, and it works.
Yeah.
She's got everything she needs over here. All right. And it's perfect. So like I said, when they get this room, they're real happy about it.
Yeah. So just for visual, is it like kind of strapped here? If I wanted to do that.
Oh, we could turn you around.
Oh, it can turn me around? Oh, okay. Yeah.
Here?
Like this?
See?
Yeah.
You just have to kind of straddle out there a little bit.
Yeah. I could see that being fun.
Absolutely. Different places that you can sort of, it's shorter, taller, so it's well made. I wouldn't take it down. We had it built. It's like a piece of furniture at this point.
Yeah.
Just dust it. And then when you get a chance, put somebody on it.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a good thing. All right. Now this room it's a little untidy here, but there was actually a party in here last night. So what we have, so excuse the little messy bed, but there was a lot of what I call dance pole parties with happy endings. And it works really well with a group of guys, even if it's kind of like a bachelor party kind of thing. And then, where several guys could be in here. They could be sitting there. Obviously they were sitting on the bed, but it's like they can be together and then they can split off. And it can be affordable. So they could start with 3 dances for a couple $100 or whatever, right? Or however they do that. And then, or each one maybe put in $100 last night and they were all in for the dance songs. And got some really good gals on this pole. I just look at them and go, how you do that? How you get up there?
Yeah.
They do. They get up there and then they just are like this and they're this. I mean, they do some things that I go, doesn't that hurt?
Yeah.
So I think it's and it's that the pole does roll very, very freely.
Yeah.
But you see, it's all of this can be added to a party
Right.
where they can begin here. They can get a little braver and go, well, let's do something else. And that it helps people with their adventure. And if depending on how I'm going to say, I don't know if cautious is really the correct word, but sort of closed down, sort of afraid to just be wide open, where maybe they have just a little more protection around their heart. And it gives them a chance to kind of sneak up on their sexuality.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we got to sneak up on things,
Yeah.
So I like the rooms we have. I occasionally have ladies that they get to live in here
Mm-hmm.
for a week or two till, maybe a room opens up over here. But we really all work to be flexible and, obviously we could have as many as 14 ladies in here, but I'm good with somewhere between 8 and 10
Mm-hmm.
because truly the doorbell rings around the clock.
Yeah.
And thanks to people like you, it does ring more often because of, I'm going to call it the traction of the internet.
Sure.
Just a few months ago, and that's like at the very beginning with you and I, you could type in my name and they'd say, who?
Mm-hmm.
And now there's like a little list. And so from there, it's like people want to know more.
Yeah.
They want it. And what I work to do is explain it like they know nothing. And sometimes I do have to be backed up because people go, well, do you mean this? Or was it really like this? Because it's like a different language. So, when I petitioned the city to get rid of the lockdown policy.
Yeah.
That was in 19, right before the pandemic. And it was like they voted unanimously. And
Or the lockdown?
to remove it.
Oh, to remove
the lockdown. And that had been just like an anchor around all of us, a ball and chain for
And
forever.
you explained it in our last episode, but for folks that are tuning into this Bella's Hacienda Ranch tour episode, can you quickly explain what lockdown is for folks that may not know?
Okay, well, lockdown means that you can't leave the building after 5 p.m. Or if you leave after 5 p.m., you'd have to have a staff member with you. Or you aren't supposed to go anywhere without an escort.
Right. And we're talking about the women that work here.
The
right.
women. Yep. Thank you for that,
Yeah.
Cole. But, it's like,
Because I was going to say, if you tell me I can't leave and past 5 p.m., it's like, all right, well, then let's keep partying, I guess. You know what I'm saying?
yes. But in their case, it was like, well,
Oh, is that?
yeah, that's the lineup bell. So it's like, so let's say they needed to go to the store. Oh, it's a big concern, right? A lot of the other houses, you have to have a driver. You don't go anywhere unless you have an escort.
Yeah.
And that's ridiculous. We're in the 3rd decade of the 21st century. What are they going to do out there? They're going to the store. They're getting their nails done. They're grown, educated women. We aren't talking about maybe women that are working illegally or maybe have something to do with the blade. We're talking about legal, licensed businesswomen. They don't need a lockdown policy.
Right. This is not a prison.
No, we got to communicate.
Sure.
We can't have everybody go to the store at the same time, or that bell would ring.
And nobody would be here.
Yeah, it's like, whoa, what happened? Oh, they went to the store. And so everything becomes communication.
Yeah. Well, and that, not to cut you off, but that makes sense when you have a sign out front that says ladies 24 hours. I expect if I ring that bell for 24 hours of the day, you're going to have some ladies,
Yeah.
plural, for me to choose from.
Yes. And, the other part of Bella's that's different is that it's a totally honest house. Everybody's honest. I believe in their honesty. They believe in mine. All right. And so I allow them to be the businesswomen they came to be. So at 2 p.m., they answer the door.
Yeah.
And why would they do that? Well, there's fewer customers between, let's say, 2 and 6. But I trust that they can handle their business and then, let's say, do what they're supposed to do in the morning with handling the monies, that they can run the credit card machine, that they really can be trusted. And it isn't that way in other houses.
Yeah.
They just don't believe in their professionalism.
Right.
I do.
Right. They'll have the person oversee the transactions and make sure, and yeah.
Right. And so they oversee their own transactions at that time.
I kind of did find that interesting when I heard the bell. I was a little bit excited. I was like, are we going to go see a lineup? But I was surprised that you were like, yeah, no, they got it under control. The bell's ringing, but yeah.
Bonnie is 6 in the morning till 4. Okay. But that's another thing. That's a long day, right? And so she has breaks where she eats.
Sure.
I tell them, I say, look, pace yourself. Okay. So that you don't end your shift and you're just wrung out. Okay. And then like Portia at night, she's got the 4 to 2. It's the same thing. There's certain side work. Great. But at 2, okay, we close the bar because I feel like anybody between 2 and 6 is here to party. Mm-hmm. They have an agenda. They aren't here just for beverages. So at that time, the way it works, let's say 3 ladies are really good at the night. Okay. They hear the doorbell. They're probably half asleep, half awake. They get up. Everybody that gets to the bar in 3 minutes is in the lineup. He chooses. The party happens. The money is booked in the morning. And it's like, it just is the way it should be, and it isn't at other houses. So maybe they're just bigger. Maybe it's just how they feel. They can get the most honesty out of people. I don't know.
Yeah, I think the good guess, is that they're just so big. I mean, I think we both know who we're referring to right now, and people that aren't even in America are aware of them and will apply all over the country. And so, like you say, maybe with that larger profile, you just encounter so many people that you have trust issues.
And it could be,
and I mean, maybe rightfully so. Maybe they've been wronged in the past or whatever. Who knows?
Well, haven't we all?
Yeah, right.
I always say I've been stolen from by the worst and the best and everybody in between.
Yeah.
But I didn't give up on what I felt is possible.
Yeah.
And now it's like teaching them how to speak up, and how to help one another without taking things personally. If you're brand new, go to the hostess, bartender as your first go-to. And then once you really understand the handbook, because I don't have rules and regulations, I have a handbook. Once you understand that, it's going to be simple.
Yeah.
You're going to know exactly how you want to run your courtesan, sole proprietor, entrepreneurial business.
Yeah.
And then they can just leave here with just bucket loads of money.
Very cool. Maybe later, do you think we can see your handbook? I'm just curious to see what might be in a madam's handbook.
And you can, and it's actually, I'm going to say, within reason. Most everything I've learned over 37 years that works.
Wow. You're not afraid about revealing these secrets? I'm just kind of joking.
But I actually think it would be a good idea.
Yeah, no, that's actually, yeah.
Because it's pure and simple. This is what works.
Yeah.
And if they deviate, if the courtesans deviate from that, well, they're like this,
Yeah.
it would be like the CB radio. All right. Bella, they've got this thing. They don't quite understand in a way because they weren't at a time when, like I said, you could shoot off a cannon in here and not hit anybody. And what I learned from that is the women were so hungry that when that radio came to be as a base station in the house, that, I mean, they were right on top of it. And the other house was too. But the other house, it changed 23 years ago. And so they're just really not involved at all.
Yeah.
But and it was before I built the road into Bella's Hacienda Ranch, called Hacienda Ranch Road. And these guys could be anywhere in town. I mean, 3 or 4 of them. And the gal on the radio could direct every single one of them through the back roads to the parking lot. Wow. And never lose a one of them. And it was like, but it was this excitement. They had this passion. They understood marketing anew.
Right.
Because it was. All right. And so it was the only thing they could do. Yeah. Right. And so, man, they got it. Marketing. Now it's social media. However, you're on for 1 second, you're off the next.
Right.
On, off. It's not working.
Yeah.
For them the way it maybe could have. So, we're to the CB radio again. But they don't quite understand that they don't have to talk to hear you. But you get to talk and invite them. Can you be seductive? Can you say, wow, you've never had my tour. Come in and ask for Sabrina. Mm-hmm. I give the best tour. Those are the things that they want to hear. The driver that came in last night, there's their marketing. And then the other side of that's the spiritual part, is when we think about something, like what we want, what we're going to attract, our goals. Well, it goes out somewhere. Mm-hmm. Well, if I said, Cole, I want you to do the radio. Okay, you'll do it 4 times a day for half an hour. And when you're doing it, you're like punched in, like a time clock. You're punched in. This is what you're doing. This is where you're going. And it's, your mind is active in that direction. Right. So it magnifies what's going to come to you. Mm-hmm. This gets out into the quantum physics things, which sometimes goes like this, but it works. Yeah. And all we'd have to say is, when did you last think about somebody and they didn't call you? Mm-hmm. Hey, I was just thinking about you. It's the same thing. Right. Only you don't have to know these people out there. So in those beautiful situations, well, gee whiz, why when they're doing the radio do people suddenly pull up? They don't even have a radio. Why does that happen? It's all in the energy field. Yeah. Anybody who's listened to Abraham for 15 seconds should get that. Yeah. For Christ's sake, don't turn your canoe upstream. Yeah. Going the wrong way. So, I work to very lightly touch on these things because they're young. And when I was first talking about this in the 90s, in the early turn of the century, they all thought it was crazy. They all were like, when did you say you were leaving? I said, not real soon. Yeah. So, but they began to become like that. These new young people, they know more. They're cut from different cloth. They don't have to call it quantum physics.
Yeah.
They just know, well, I just know it works. And so it's really, it's such an interesting thing. But let's move on. You can see like somebody's room.
Sure. And just real quick, I just found it surprising to hear. I wanted to make sure I heard it correctly. Did you say the ladies, the working women here, have better luck with the CB radio compared to social media? Is that what I heard you say?
Well, I'm going to say yes.
Wow.
And a lot of them, they don't spend very much time on it. And I talk to them about it. But, that's something you got to hit like 5 times a day.
Sure. Well, yeah.
And I just think that it can seem so impersonal.
Right.
You're doing this and you're posting and your stuff. And I think for a lot of the ladies that I have, it's not resonating with them.
Interesting.
But I do ask them, well, are you working on your Instagram?
Sure.
Or are you working on it? Well, yeah, I posted something a month ago,
Uh-huh.
They're just, I don't know. It's something changing. And then, some of the gals, well, they had like 30,000 followers. And one day they put a picture up and their legs are like this instead of like this. And it's like, bam, 30,000 people gone.
Yeah.
And it's very disheartening because it takes a long time.
Yeah.
That isn't something you just, go out and say, well, I'm going to have 30,000 today.
Mhm.
It doesn't work that way in podcasting.
Sure.
You
Yeah.
start and you just keep working.
Keep grinding.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. I just found that surprising because we live in the age of OnlyFans. So like what I pictured is that like maybe men were getting pictures of women like, by the way, you can literally fuck me at Bella's Hacienda, and then I figured maybe it'd work that way. But it's interesting to hear that like maybe the CB radio is more effective, and it makes sense as to why. Like you say, the social media can be a little impersonal, and when your radio goes off in your truck, hey, you want to come by for a party? I mean, you have to resist the urge to grab that radio and say, hey, where do I go for that? Like somebody's on the other end of the line.
Yes. Yeah. And here's the other thing. We don't have their cell numbers.
Yeah.
So what do we have? If they got this device and we have this
Mm-hmm.
and we invite them over, it's a win-win for everybody.
Yeah.
And there's no obligation. If they come in and they see everything and they feel like they're unprepared and they're going to come back through next week, okay.
Yeah. And actually, before we move on, that's a question I wanted to ask for some of our listeners. If they're coming through the area, and let's say it's a couple, and they just like the idea, like we were talking about beforehand, of the fact that this exists, they can come by, have a drink, and buy some merchandise from you, right? To support your
Yes.
business.
Couples are welcome. We do a lot of couples.
Very cool.
And it's the safest way to swing.
Yeah.
Just one extra person.
Right.
You don't take them home. So it really works for everyone because it's all safety.
Yeah. Very cool.
Yeah. So they should stop.
Yeah. Well, you heard it here, folks. Stop by Bella's Hacienda. You can get some merchandise. You can have a threesome. Who doesn't like a threesome? And so much more. So we're going to move on with the tour.
We can.
Cool. Let's do it. Justine, let's start a new clip.
I like the window.
Oh, yeah. Come in here and look at the window, Justine.
Oh.
So it's like elegant, tropical.
Yeah.
So if a person's going to take, like a dance pole room or take the clothes off, don't we all choose someplace warm? Isn't that like a good idea?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And Justine, why don't you back up here, get a good shot of me on this pole here. I can be extra seductive.
Your boots.
Boom. But there you go. That'll be good for a promo.
I would say.
Yeah. All right.
Just a little, the chandelier.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right. So let's go down this way. All right. So this wing is You know, it's kind of, they love it dark, but the lights really do come on, right? All right, so this would be a typical, oh, we're going to come on? A typical room on this side. And this is Miss Aria. She's a beautiful Russian gal. And so on through that little opening, there's a toilet, there's a tub shower.
Mm-hmm.
And this is her way of making this personal. And works for me.
Yeah.
Works for the clients. And so they have the armoire or the wardrobe instead of like a closet. And when this wing was built, I was the fourth guy on the crew. So if you're looking at ceiling sheetrock, I hung it. If you're looking at wall plugs, I did them. I don't know why. I was the fourth guy on the crew for the road building. And I don't need to do that anymore. It's really hard work to do this stuff.
Yeah.
And now, you know, it opened, like I said, in 2002. It looks good.
Yeah. Yeah. It's cozy.
And they're sturdy. And the
So no squeaking,
mattresses
yeah.
are great. And actually, we can plug Casper. They don't move.
Mm.
And so they're all like just about 6-7 months old now. But it's like, man, it's the best.
I do also want to mention for anybody who's curious, because I'm a sensory person.
Mhm.
So for me, I was like, I wonder what it smells like in a brothel. Smells lovely. It smells amazing in here. Yeah.
I think both of us can say really quick, sorry for cutting you off, but like you think walking into a brothel, it's going to be like dingy and like smoky and stuff, but it smells good in here. I've not stepped into a room and been like, this is funky. I just wanted to say that because there's no smell-o-vision yet. So just if you were wondering, it's just fine in here, folks.
We don't smoke in this building.
Yeah. We should weed, but I'm just joking.
But I get that. But, you know, it's like, we don't need that.
Yeah.
If somebody really needs a cigarette,
Step out.
just step out.
Yeah.
It's a lot to clean up after, and it leaves a residue that's almost impossible to get out.
Well, and when you talk about worker safety, like this is about safety. So let's keep it a safe environment.
Right. And so, you know, it's like when you come in here, it's clean. And I think the other wonderful thing to talk about is the feeling tone. The feeling in here. What's it feel like to you?
Feels great. Feels good.
Yeah, I like the vibe.
Good energy.
So that's a good thing to share.
Yeah.
That's up, it's light, it's I'm going to say empowering.
Yeah.
You know, friendly and accepting. You know, because I always feel like if people were supposed to be farther along today, they would be. So they're exactly who they should be today.
Yeah.
And they can be better tomorrow. We learn more as we go through today. And I still believe we're passing through time. Time isn't passing. So,
damn,
to remember that.
I was going to say, you're just dropping gems today in this tour.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sharing wisdom. So,
All right, you coming out after me, Justine. All right, and then down here, my dear, typically this one bulb is over here and it would light up this gal. All right, but see, it burns out a lot. I don't know why, but this would be their laundry on this side. So they truly can do their own laundry, relax when they need to. You know, here's one other room. I don't think anyone's in here right now. But like this little guy. And it's a little bit different design. So it's like somebody's cap. Oh, I see. We did this guy just because spiders like to move in. So we'll move out.
sure.
Okay. We don't want you to like breathe that stuff. But, you know, in the wintertime, we get to because they want to come in where it's warm.
Well, yeah.
And we don't want them,
Right.
you know?
Yeah, we have that in the Midwest as well. All the critters sneaking in.
Yes. So, I don't know. Somebody saw a spider crawl up the wall. So it's like, okay, we'll get him.
Yeah.
It's time.
Yeah.
So this is, you know, how the clients come back out.
Walking on it, or walking on clouds, right?
With a big smile. Yes.
Very I love all the lighting in this hallway.
Do you?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's all so different, huh?
Yeah.
All right. We'll go.
Here we are in front again.
Yes, we are.
And do you think she would be comfortable with us? Is that the same girl? Do you think she'd be
Oh,
comfortable with
yeah,
us
let's
getting her on the
ask her.
CB radio?
We can ask her. Okay.
Cool.
You know what? I should take a copy of your little.
Oh yeah. I can bring it over to her. Yep, I'll go grab that and you can ask her. Before we dive into the next scene, I want to give our listeners a heads up. Throughout this episode, you might notice occasional fluctuations in volume. These are unintentional and are due to interference from a CB radio. Please be aware that this is a technical issue and not a deliberate creative choice. Let's continue with the story and explore how Bella's Hacienda uses the CB radio to directly reach out to truck drivers.
Oh, so much fun. I love looking out. I could use a partner to help me with those clothes. I know. Book a party. Have some drinks. I have lots of room for your robe, too. With 6.5 acres of parking. Does it last for a quickie or stay a while? Open 24/7. Bella's Hacienda is a legal, safe, secure, and discreet raffle. You can check out my photos and some of the lovely ladies on our website at www.love.us. Then my name is Karina. To see you soon.
That's so cool. So cool. How long have
we
you been?
we actually get a lot of truckers, so they come
Sure.
in, and sometimes they come in to just ask for me, and I'm like, whoa, yeah.
Are they like, I heard Karina on the CB radio, or how do they?
Just ask. They usually look at the website, and
Okay.
they like the photos, and they come in. And yeah, I've had a few requests since I've been here. You were gonna ask me a question?
Yeah. Before I ask that, I was just curious. Do people ever chatter back to you like, "Hey, Karina, how do I get there?" Like,
Yeah, I mean, I know they've done that. I've had a couple guys, they weren't necessarily asking for directions, but they would just be like saying something and I'd be like, call us, and then they call typically and the bartender will answer the phone and give them the info they need. Yes.
very cool. How long have you been working here?
So I actually just started here. It's my first tour, but I've been a legal courtesan now for about 4 years and I've worked at a couple of different houses. Yeah. Well, it was great. I love it so far.
Yeah. How would you say Bella's compares to some of the brothels you worked with in the past? And I think I can speak on Bella's behalf. You don't have to be afraid of saying if they weren't great and that's why you came here,
I think it's a smaller house. So from a personal experience, I was in a smaller house for a couple of years, but what had happened to me was there was a fire at one of the houses that I worked. And I ended up here because a former coworker of mine was here. And so this is a very similar atmosphere to my previous house, but I have worked in bigger houses and it is a lot more hectic and stressful when you have 20 women that you're dealing with versus we have maybe, 7 or 8 girls here. It's a little bit more or less competitive. Everyone makes their money. Everybody's happy. Yeah. It's a little laid back.
Was the fire this year?
It just happened in September at the Kit Kat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus, a fire at a brothel in Mound House forced dozens to evacuate, and firefighters are now investigating. Employees did evacuate the building. No one was hurt. Firefighters say the fire quickly spread into the attic when they then arrived, so that they had to tear down the roof. They say the false ceiling, though, in the building helped the fire spread very quickly. It was just before 9 o'clock. They had most of the fire knocked down and moved further inside. And as you can see from the build video here, the building has some pretty serious damage.
Yeah, I think I heard about that.
I feel like everything happens for a reason. It was meant to be. Yeah. So, yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. So you said this is your first tour. How long have you been here for this tour?
This is my 4th week. So about a month.
Gotcha. Yeah. And you said you've been doing this for 4 years?
4 years. I started before the pandemic. So if you count the pandemic.
Did you work, let's say, in the illicit market before you joined the legal market?
No.
No. Is it impolite of me to ask, how old are you?
It's a secret.
You stop. She's 28.
We're about the same age. So.
Okay.
Very cool.
Well, yeah.
Very cool. Look, this is going to be, on the internet, and people have stigma, right, about this industry. And one of the first things they always jump to is Karina, right? That's your name, Karina. One of the first things they always might assume about you, and I'd like you to, if you feel comfortable defending, is they might say, oh, Karina, she probably had a bad childhood, or this or that, and that's why she's here. They never consider the fact that you might be choosing to be here. Do you mind taking that on?
Well, my personal experience is I was married very young and I was overcommitted. And so now I'm kind of like making up for lost time. And I love having sex and I love having multiple partners. Doesn't have anything to do with my childhood whatsoever, personally. And I'm just catching up on lost time. I mean, why not do something that you love and get paid for it too?
Yeah. And
I look at it.
Yeah.
Sex is great, especially when it's safe.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And we might chat again later here. I don't want to take you away from the CB radio, but generally speaking, like for the people that you deal with, do you feel you serve, like what are the people that come in look like? Are they mostly truckers, or is it all across the gamut?
We get a lot of tourists, like a lot of just random people passing through, mostly from Utah and from Idaho, which are the neighboring 2 states. I think it's like the 3 states are kind of bordering right here, right? I'm not really good at the geography. I'm gonna have to look.
Me either. It's okay.
but so it's really random. It's really random, and we get, surprisingly very generous men. Like I've booked multi-hour parties and, very pricey, and, it's not cheap, we're not, it's very high class.
Yeah. Well, you get what you pay for here, right? So I'm just curious, like you mentioned you were not in the industry before, and I say in the industry, you were not in the illicit market or the illegal market beforehand. Most of the women.
Sorry, I'm actually a porn star.
Oh,
so.
Okay.
I do porn and I do. So it's Karina Kaifova. I have a last name. I have a website and you can Google me and
plug it.
See some of my videos. So I was a stripper full time before I did the porn. So I've been in the industry most of my life.
Well, then my question just flew out the window. I was going to ask you if you just joined as a sex worker, were you like nervous the first time? But it sounds like you've been in the sex work industry for a while.
Right. So the legal sex industry, right? So there's, stripping is not very much different. And then once the pandemic happened, I got into like the webcam thing. And so I did that, and I have an online business. Yeah. So, yeah.
Do you get better results from the CB radio compared to your online presence?
I'd want to say we need both. We need both. It's kind of like a 50-50 thing. You got to do the radio because there's still, the truckers are out there, but then the internet is good for just the general public. And this is the internet, right? This is what we're doing. This is for the internet. Yeah. So you got to do both.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say like one is better than the other. You know what I mean? So.
Very cool. Well, that's, I think, all I have for right now. We can maybe chat later, but do you mind if I just capture more of you on the CB radio? Sure. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Well, this is a little naughty. Okay.
You say this one's a little naughty?
Yeah.
Are you looking for something that sexy ladies feel that wetness? We also offer beer, spirits, and beverages, and cigars. Cannot wait to see you 20% burger and store away. Open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We need lots of alcohol, so many Vegas just small, too big. Click that link for your shirt, babe. Located at 623 Oak Street in Hacienda. This is Karina Carlinacci from Dallas Hacienda. Check me out on our website, www.boys.us.
Yeah, very professional. That's awesome. That's awesome. You'd think you'd have been on the radio in the past or something.
Oh, yeah, he just did. Yeah, you gotta keep Yoda here.
Yeah, no, but you'd think you were on the radio. Now, if you don't mind, I'll have you just sign this release form, and if you'd like, we can provide you with a copy just for media purposes. Here's a
I
pen.
could do it, baby. I'll just make a copy of mine too. Oh, be careful! Don't break that.
Yeah, can't break this.
Don't break that.
Can't break this.
We
We'll
don't
have
do
to.
that.
Yeah, we have to enjoy it later, right? I did want to say that before we get too far into this, that I feel like, Justine felt much more comfortable coming here today knowing that a woman was running this brothel. Not to talk shit about Dennis Hoff, but I do believe that if I went to one of his brothels that my camera person would have been hit on because he's a man and he was who he was, and we didn't even have that in our realm of worries today. You know what I mean? So.
Right.
But anyways, right at the top here, Bella, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us where we are today? What are we doing?
Oh, what's an exciting day. I'm Madam Bella Cummins. I'm the American Madam, and we are podcasting from Bella's Hacienda Ranch in Wells, Nevada.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And folks, this is a really cool experience for me. You know this if you've been watching my new show, The Cole Memo. We have been diving deep into an aspect of American culture that has existed since this country's founding. Prostitution, which I will call sex work. I personally think it's much more adequately referred to as sex work. But of course, Bella, there are multiple forms of sex work. This just happens to be one of the few that is legal in the United States, only in Nevada, only in certain counties in Nevada, everywhere but Clark County.
And Washoe.
And Washoe. Okay, good. Not good, but thank you for including that. Interesting stuff. This is the only place in the United States of America where this type of establishment can be licensed legally.
Correct.
Very crazy. Very crazy. If you could remind me, I think we talked about it in the first podcast, but maybe for folks that didn't catch that, how did you get into this industry? You've been watching this episode for almost an hour and 30 minutes, so I'll keep this message concise by reminding you that you can easily access my first interview with Bella, which was conducted remotely, as well as all of the previous episodes in this series on the legal sex industry by visiting thecolememo.com/sex. How did you get into this industry?
It's easiest to say that I married into it right after it was purchased by my late husband, but I didn't have a clue of what he was doing. And of course, neither did I. But I learned, and I learned by taking over the bookwork to actually save us, because he had spent everything to be a silent partner. And because of, I'm going to say, circumstances, he needed for me to step up. And I had been around brothels when I owned a restaurant in Mound House, so I knew of their existence. But as far as knowing about them, the how and the why and their value, I was a novice. I was as green as a young woman could be.
Yeah. Do you feel that, like we kind of led with, that it is easier for women to work under a woman? Or with a woman? I don't mean to say under, but with a woman?
It is easier, in my opinion, if the woman is progressive. All right. And if that woman is, I'm going to say has a calling, is a good mentor, and understands what these women are stepping into and why they don't need a boss. They need a partner. They need a team player, because typically they're going to be younger than the person at the helm, the person taking responsibility for paying the bills. And so, and it takes patience.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they haven't walked as far up the path as, let's say I have. And so I believe with all my heart that it isn't for every woman. You can't have judgment, and you have to see the beauty in everyone. It doesn't matter shape, size, nationality. If you can see one fault in another person, it's going to fail.
Yeah. Yeah. And, one of the things we spoke about last time, which again, I just want to thank you while we're on the air right now for being so open and gracious. I just have to say for my listeners, I asked Bella, can I come? She said, when? That was the only question. When? When do you want to come? Yeah, of course you can come. And as we spoke about last time, not all brothels have been open to that. And I'm not just referring to the one we already started talking about. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that most aren't willing to just open their door like you have to me and walk me around and all that?
I believe I'm going to say larger brothels, because there's probably a few smaller that are a lot smaller than Bella's, and let's say male owned, that they're looking for some attention. All right. And they may or may not be, professionally as apt as
Sure.
the amount of time I've been in the industry. And so they're just looking for some notoriety, something to bring people to the door. But when you get to the bigger brothels where it's an enormous number of ladies, I believe it's like wanting to keep things so under control and in heading in a direction where no one says the wrong thing ever, where they pick spokeswomen, where everything is such a controlled environment that they don't let that out. All right. Where there is security and things are just, I'm going to call it 21st century. This is what they decide worked then, it's going to work now. And they're just going to keep marketing and bringing more people in. And I'm sure that can work for them financially, but I don't believe it's really good for the progress of the industry. Good for I'm going to say the psyche of the women.
Right.
They need to, if they're stepping into it and they really have a calling, then what they really need to have is somebody that allows them to express that their way.
Mm-hmm.
And so that they can, let's say, she has her real name and she has a pseudonym. But who is that? Who is that pseudonym? Okay, we could call her Ruby.
As a quick reminder, there may be audio fluctuations in this episode. As I mentioned earlier, these fluctuations are a result of interference from a CB radio affecting my handheld recorder. To help you understand why I opted to use the camera audio instead of the handheld device, I'll play a clip for you.
Who is Ruby?
Mm-hmm.
We might know who's that.
Don't Hacienda live too, because they're gonna win. Whoever has
As you can hear, the audio from the handheld device turned out garbled. So if you come across such fluctuations in the future, it's likely due to this issue. If you're interested in learning more about the rules and regulations at Bella's establishment, you can check out the episode description for a link to the handbook that is provided to all legal sex workers. This handbook clearly outlines the requirement for the ladies to operate the CB radio regularly to avoid fines. I'm displaying that specific language now, and you can find the complete rulebook in the show notes for this episode. Now that I've shown you that, let's pick up where we left off.
Who is that pseudonym? Okay, we could call her Ruby. Who is Ruby? We might know who Sally is. Sally is the one that's going to spend the money correctly. Who's Ruby? What is she here to be in service
about?
For? What is she trading for the money for Sally? These are things that they're absolutely mandatory for the success of what I call a high class courtesan.
Yeah. Yeah. And, I have to say, Justine knows this. I've just been kind of bummed lately because I'm such a supporter of this, as I'm completely supportive of this, but to ask to go somewhere and to have been told no, which has been my experience. I don't know if you told that, but I asked to go to the world's famous Moonlight Bunny Ranch, and I was told that as far as media goes, I'm not welcome with regard to capturing anything. They didn't want me talking to anybody. And I found that frustrating may not be the complete right word of the feeling I feel, but as a proponent, as an advocate, as somebody who doesn't want this to just exist in Nevada, I found it so, I just don't know what the word is, but it was just like, I figured reaching out to somebody like you would be harder than reaching out to somebody like the Moonlight Bunny Ranch, because I've just seen how open to media they've been in the past. So again, like I thought you would be like maybe a little hesitant or whatever, because maybe you were new, like those other people you just discussed. I did not expect that with the Bunny Ranch, and inadvertently I had already interviewed some employees of some of let's call them the Hoff brothels.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just reached out to Suzette just as a sign of respect, like, hey, I know that you said I wasn't welcome. I did visit. I didn't shoot on site, but I've also talked to some of your women, and as expected, they had a lot of great things to say, but they had some negative things to say. And I gave her the opportunity. I said, would you like to see what these women will be saying on my podcast and everything else? And she immediately jumped to, you do not have permission to release these interviews. And I had to explain to her that they happened outside of her purview. Those women participated willingly and everything else. And it was just another slap in the face where it's like, here I am, I'm trying to be open, I'm trying to help you. And you're like, you can't release that, you don't have my permission. And it was just like, I didn't expect it. Do you think they have something to hide?
It's control.
Just the control
and fear.
Yeah.
Fear that something will tarnish their reputation.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they already do that themselves.
Right.
But they're concerned. Sorry. They are so concerned about what someone is going to say and how it's going to reflect on their success, their fame.
Mm-hmm.
And so look, I understand wanting to protect the reputation.
Yeah.
But I'm of a mindset that if you're really running your business correctly, wouldn't all the women already be protecting what they think is the best place in the whole world, where they feel like they're giving a big portion of their life to? Wouldn't that? Why would anything negative come out?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
And so, is there something that's less than perfect? Is there something that needs to change? I always say this: what do I need to release in order to become? So every day, what do I need to release? Do I need to release being irritable about whether or not, say, sold draft beer? I mean, it can be that silly in a way, but it isn't. There's certain things that can deal with sales, with marketing, with customer service, with operations. And I know that we'll call it the Hoff houses. I know that a lot of money, probably more millions of dollars than you and I could ever imagine, have been spent to create this fame.
Right.
Okay, whether it was the the television series that isn't at all like actually walking into a brothel. It was a very good dramatic series that represented this industry poorly.
Yeah.
And
Great.
every party isn't going to be $5,000.
Yeah.
And what does the gentleman have to spend today? And so, yes, it made everything look elegant and upper end and all of these incredible things. But if someone was looking for the truth, reality, I would say they probably didn't get a Q-tip worth.
Yeah.
And I also believe that Madame Suzette, who I've met her, I think she's a very nice woman. But it could be she didn't want Dennis's position. And then suddenly she was in Dennis's position, and all she wanted was for him to be alive so he could do what Dennis did.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he isn't here anymore. He had to die. He had to pass through. And so I'm saying it's okay if you don't want the media there. I'm going to represent Bella's Hacienda Ranch and the way I believe a brothel of any size, with some adaptations for size,
Mm-hmm.
can evolve into.
Yeah. What do you think? Why do you think some women leave? We just talked to a woman that I'm assuming she came from a Hof brothel because she said it was a larger house. I've even recently noticed that, just going to name drop a few famous sex worker names. Alice Little is no longer at the Hof brothels. She's at the Chicken Ranch. Air Force Amy, I recently heard just this week, went to the Chicken Ranch, and I actually saw her at the Moonlight Bunny Ranch when I went. It was kind of crazy to see Air Force Amy in person. I said, "Hi, Amy." She said, "Hi." But do you think there's a reason people are leaving? One of the things she mentioned, and we've talked about in the past, is like the culture there. She mentioned there was a lot of girls to compete with, so I get that. I've specifically heard that the culture can be a bit intimidating, threatening. Have you heard any of these things at other brothels? I'm not, I'm saying this about the Hof brothels, but it can also be about anything in Nevada,
I have heard, and so this is third hand, that Dennis didn't mind drama.
Right.
Dennis didn't mind, sort of that, I'm going to call it uncomfortableness between women. It doesn't belong. Women were taught a long time ago to protect one another, protect ourselves from one another.
Mm-hmm.
Who put that in our head? No, we should be standing arm in arm strong. And we should be celebrating when another courtesan does well. Because if it isn't today, our turn's tomorrow. And so those are things that need to be in this industry. The gal you're talking about that was in a smaller Hof house that spent some time with you. As she said, she didn't do well in that environment of the couple houses that are bigger.
Yeah.
And she didn't do well with sort of the, we'll just call it drama. And we don't all resonate with that. I don't think any of us should, really. It should be peaceful. It should be flowing. It should be a team. It should be women celebrating one another's success, because this is difficult occupation. You have to be adaptable and able to step out of who you really are to be in service to someone else, whether it's a fantasy or whatever it is. And so it takes a great deal of flex.
Yeah.
In a person's, I'm going to call it their psyche. Okay. Because it's really that part that it it isn't exactly that individual,
Mm-hmm.
but it can certainly be an expression of something they'd like to experience
Right.
without it having their personal name all over it.
Two random questions. They're pretty well unrelated. The first one kind of relates to the first subject, and I realize this person I'm about to talk to was in the industry for many years, and so things happen. People move houses and stuff. But last time we spoke, Kiki Lover was here, and I'm pretty sure she's not at all in the legal sex industry at all anymore. From your perspective, do you know, did she leave just because it's like, well, I've been in here for a while, or do you feel she left on bad terms, or?
She didn't leave on bad terms with me.
Okay.
No,
Good.
we're both way too progressive for that.
Good.
I believe, because she was with me during 2020. Okay. And then she was asked to come back
Mm-hmm.
to one of those houses. Something happened over the next few years that burned her out. And I'm never going to say that she would never work here again, but she's got some, excuse me, some healing to do when it comes to a former house that invited her back. And she even told me when she left at the end of 2020, she goes, Bella, I make more money here. But she said, I'm closer to home if I work over there. And I had just bought a home before COVID hit. And I understood all that. Of course, people want to be able to go home. But something in it was incredibly unhealthy.
Mm.
And so I just text her now and then, and I'll say, are you doing all right? Every now and then she can be pretty erratic on social media.
Yeah.
But I don't know her pain.
Yeah.
And I just want her to heal because she's a lovely individual. She's very good on the interview. She understood the industry. She,
Mm-hmm.
kind of groomed like Alice Little in a way.
Yeah.
But Alice moved on for a reason too. And it's not because all the stadiums went to Vegas, but that probably helped.
Interesting.
So there was something that just didn't fit in the puzzle of life.
Air Force Amy is a pretty crazy one to hear, though, right? I mean, she's been like, when you think Air Force Amy, you think she's going to be at a Hoff brothel. That's just what I think. I think if I know her history well enough, she wasn't always in the Hoff brothels. I think actually she even talked about, gosh, I can't think of his name right now, but he owned the Mustang or, I don't know, but
Lance Gilman?
No, Jim, something. She talked about a former brothel owner that did rough her up before she went to the Hoff estate. I think she like got physically battered by this individual. If folks want to check it out, just look up interviews with Air Force Amy. She's very open about it.
You can see it, you can read it in the book. It was a struggle to get away from the pimp that ran the place, the Cherry Patch down south up to Dennis. And I was cowering in a hotel room, scared I was going to die, scared this guy was going to kill me. He was going to come after me.
God, he was that brutal?
And scared that, and waiting for a charge to get dismissed or changed from an attorney so they can, because each county has different rules. You got to be like white as snow.
Right.
To work in a brothel, you have to pass all these tests and not have any kind of criminal past. And I had like a possession charge or something. And so I had to get that going away. So it was a couple weeks before I could get up there. But my first day on the floor, so I just knocked it out of the park, man, because I was used to working in these lockdown, Nazi brothels that made you work. And Dennis's place was kind of laid back, and I'm taking these smaller parties and I'm being mean to the customers. And Suzette's like, why are you being mean to the customers? I'm like, because he only had $200. She's like, well, don't do it. You're not allowed to do $200 parties or less anymore. I'm like, cool. And I started just nailing them to the wall, man.
Yeah, just banging them out, literally.
30 minutes, 5 grand, 10 grand. And
What was
Dennis
it?
called me like a monster because I wasn't afraid to ask for the money. That Bunny Ranch on the map was shock. You're the shock radio queen.
Aw.
And we put the Bunny Ranch on the map with shock radio,
Yep.
with shock TV.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah,
and I
no,
was
like
there.
Howard
I
Stern
did
even
the
paid attention to you guys.
I did the shocking things. I was the one. Amy will do it.
Yeah.
Amy will do it. Amy will do it. He had me so programmed. I would do anything.
Yeah.
Amy will do it.
Yeah. No,
But that was a surprising one for me to hear. I'm like, Air Force Amy's not at the Hoff Estates anymore? Like, what? What could have happened, you know?
Well, chances are, and I don't know if age plays into it.
Sure.
But
And she was, I was thinking earlier, you said, you know, this isn't a long career, but I feel like she's the exception. She's been doing it for so long. You know?
yes,
Yeah.
and I understand that.
Hmm.
It brings up another point. They've got to learn to do the right thing with their money, or how do they get out?
Get out. That's what I was thinking. You know, when I showed up at the Bunny Ranch, it was cool to see Air Force Amy, but at the same time, I'm thinking, why are you in lineup? And for folks that are wondering what I mean by that, I'm like, if you don't know who Air Force Amy is, she was on the HBO show. She was what I would describe as a very, very famous sex worker. And just saying, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I'm not saying that people get in lineup, they're not lesser than or anything else, but I'm just saying that, like Alice Little, for example, she came on my show and she said, Cole, I don't get in lineup. I'm bookings only. People email me. And that's what I think. That's what I would have thought Air Force Amy would have been. But like you say, it's like you got to wonder, because they always use her. They'll point to her and say, Air Force Amy's so successful, everything else. But it's like, why is she still here then?
Why isn't she by appointment only?
Yeah. Or why is she even still here? I'm not saying that you have to retire, but you'd think ideally you would get out, right? That's, end goal.
I would think that there's another calling.
Yeah.
Besides
right.
just the courtesan lineup.
Yeah.
Hang on. The tail end of my cold, sorry.
Oh, you're okay. We can edit that out. Edit
that's
magic.
really good.
Yep. No problem.
Why don't you pull a chair out?
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you want a chair or something.
And pull the table out. You can
you can set that on the on the table if you want. Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yes, you do. Do we need a chair?
I don't want to settle into this spot. So
I just, I get that little tickle or that little drippage, and
yeah.
Thank golly it was a short one, but it's fall. What do you? But I have quite a few gals by appointment only, and for me, it's a really, for me, by appointment only means they did the right thing with the money, but they still want one foot through the door and make it a great experience. You could take like now or Natasha. Or
Are these women that are listeners looking
they're on there, or Venus Storm.
Yeah.
It's like they don't need to be here every day. And so they can go do other things, or they can travel. And so it's a really great way for them to, I'm going to say, add to their portfolio.
Mm-hmm.
Without being some of the younger women that they've got 2 or 3 weeks. This works for them. They're building their clientele that we're helping them attract. And they're helping too with the things they do. So it's a joint venture. And obviously helping them right now understand how to prepare for the future financially is something that didn't happen even in the beginning of my career. They didn't get it.
Mm-hmm.
It was a different time. There were pimps. There were drugs just coming on of all varieties. And we're not talking Canada.
Yeah.
And there were things happening that actually kept it more like the streetwalker, like the blade, like the stuff where, he's just getting the money every day. And so now it's evolved. Okay. And men have more money to spend for the experience. And so it's helping them understand how to negotiate, how to ask for, I'm going to say what he wants to spend on both of them.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a possibility that some of the people we've just talked about, not Alice, they missed that. Or maybe there was some drug use and it went a little too far. Or maybe there was extravagant spending, went too far. I had a little Asian gal before the pandemic that was here probably 7 or 8 years. And one day, her relationship broke up and she was crying at the radio and all these things. And I said, "What are you crying about?" She said, "Lost this, lost that." And I said, "Oh, well, now you can really do something with your money." And she wound up after like 6 years owning like 5 houses in Tokyo. Oh, no, Hong Kong. Sorry, correction. Hong Kong, 5 houses.
Wow.
Buying little crystal things to put up in the shelves. It's like, there you go, girl.
Yeah.
You can retire. You're good.
Mm-hmm. That's
so,
awesome.
Just right before the pandemic, she scooted home and she was getting at that time in her life where she was like, I'm good.
Yeah. Yeah. So very different subject, but it is one that you brought up, kind of brought up earlier when we were doing our tour. I know that Dennis Hoff in the past, and I promise I don't plan to bring up Dennis Hoff the whole time, but because he was the public one, it's just easy to pull that out of the hat. Right? Yeah, and pretty soon you're going to be
American Matter.
Yeah, and you're going to be the same thing where people think of this, think of you. I have no doubt in my mind. One of the things he did was, and I thought this was kind of cool. He, for a while, worked with a county and actually got it licensed so that men could be tested for sex work. You mentioned earlier that you don't know exactly how, like, maybe a transgender person would play here, but just coincidentally, and, it was just crazy how this happened. I was speaking to somebody here in Wells. They just asked me, "What brings you through town?" I said, "Well, we're having a good time, smoking a bunch of weed, going to the brothels, having a time." And they were like, "Oh yeah, really?" And I was like, "Yeah." And I was like, "All right," because usually people are just like, they don't want to talk about it. But this person seemed to want to talk about it. So I said, it's going to be very exciting. And they were like, I actually used to work at a bartender with Bella. I love Bella. I know her very well. But I had to stop working because I started to feel conflicted because some of the men in there were propositioning me instead of the women. And he said, I respect those women way too much. I didn't want to do that. And one of the questions I wish I would have asked that person is, if you could have been licensed, would you then have worked at Bella's? I'm just curious to dig into this topic a bit. I want to acknowledge right off on the top somebody that I had on the past. I can't think of who right now. It actually might have been Dennis's former PR publicist. She told me that she helped to make that men thing a big story, that's kind of Dennis's style. Get in the news however you can, kind of your style as well, what they found was that, first of all, I guess only 2 men applied for the job. And those 2 men, I'll just say, weren't the best workers. And it made me realize, like, this is going to sound sexist against men, but hear me out. Women can do the work that goes on here. Men could do it maybe once or twice a day. I think that's a starting shortcoming of a male in this industry. Cause when I'm done, I'm like, I'm good for a while, but I feel like a woman could come out
and a nap.
Yeah, maybe a nap. Yeah. And maybe I'm making assumptions. So if any women are listening right now and you disagree with me completely, leave a comment or whatever. But I'm just curious, do you view, look, I get the culture thing. This doesn't strike me as a very pride eccentric community, but I mean, do you think there's a future where men or transgender people could be here and be licensed to work? Or do you think that's more of a city thing? I think that's what you said earlier, more of a
It's a city thing. Now, why would it be a city thing? First of all, they have to have a district and a destination. All right. And because just the population itself and the, let's call it a little bit more left. Out here, it's a little bit more right.
Yeah.
You get into Vegas, it's a little bit more left. But, there are some other things down there. But you want to set up even like a transgender, or how about women and women or men and men that they don't do any changing, okay? It has to be a little bit on that same line as like a gay bar, right? But different from that.
Yeah.
They can have a bar, but then if there's sexual testing or if there's things that make it an experience, make it a destination without it becoming an emotional attachment to someone, where it's about kind of the one night stands of a sexual preference. All right. For a very short time, there was a trans in a house very close. It didn't go over well. And it didn't go over well because, first of all, if someone's coming across as a woman, it's a little unfair in a rural community to come across as a woman, because biologically you didn't arrive here as one. So you have to pick a location, a city, a climate, if you will, that is in alignment with decisions about sexuality.
Yeah.
And men are they function a lot in their sexual desires with attractiveness. Okay. And so if someone does not look attractive to him, it's not gonna work. There is a link between what you see and who you choose to date.
Yeah.
And so that is part of the chemical difference between men and women. Women can have multiple partners, let's just say in a day.
Right.
And with the way products are now, she can.
Right.
There isn't something in her body that has to do something in order for her to have sex.
Right. It's very interesting. And yeah, that's kind of what I was alluding to earlier, where it's like, man, I think the word I was looking for was libido. We wouldn't have enough libido to pull it off. Maybe you could take products like the Blue Chew or whatever they have nowadays to get you back in gear, but it would all require, I think, either just a really horny dude or like medical intervention to keep him to where he can do that. But it's just an interesting thought. I wonder, like, I feel like when I was like 21 and was real like supple and stuff, like I could have brought some people. That's I get what you're saying, sort of with like transgender and the culture and how it lines up. But I've always wondered if brothels leaned into like the young men side of it, if they could get there's a faction out there that's interested in that.
I think it has to be more of another tier of legalization where escort has this testing, this licensing, and it falls into this category. They can do this instead of escort, time and companionship until the door closes. So, and there is no medical testing. A lot of people do medically test nowadays just for their own safety. But those are things that could create another profession of public safety, taxable income, and really become this amazing largest industry on the globe, because it is.
Yeah.
But there's all these little different scenarios that are all still the same type of service. How to take and adapt. You're trans, here's this. Here's the safety. Let's face it. No matter whether it's, heterosexual, homosexual, trans, no one wants to work and experience their sexuality outside of safety. How is that created? We have to create it. We're the evolving species. So what do we need to release? We need to release our judgment, our resistance to people being different sexually. And don't make up rules for them. Bring them in. Let them help make the rules that are going to work for their individual sexual, let's call it business platform, right?
Yeah.
So at one time I was in front of the city council, and I'm thinking it was when I was petitioning for the escort license during the closure of brothels, because escort was open.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I can do time and companionship. I got this.
Yeah.
And so when I went in front of them, of course, there was one councilwoman who told me I was tolerated and so was my business. And then I went on to talk about that they didn't possibly understand my calling. And if I could get, and if God's got me, source, whatever it is, has me on this bus, I'm not getting off.
Yeah.
Until it's like I see the door and I'm really supposed to go through the door.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Who wants to get to the end of their days, the pearly gates, and have some energy say something like this? How come we quit? You had a task to do. Well, do over. I don't feel that way about the humanness that we're here in the sexuality. And so when I'm in front of the council, I said, you're wanting to create rules and regulations for a business that you know nothing about.
Yeah.
Nothing. So if I know nothing about transgender sexual safety and tax laws and licensing, well, wouldn't you bring in the people that can help create that? If it's a massage with the happy ending, wouldn't you bring in the people that can do that? It would be adding very little.
Right.
And then it just makes sense. I looked at the mayor and I said, well, how about I come in and I do your job for a week with no training? She's
Right.
doing this, shaking her head. She says, oh my God, you can't do that. I said, the same thing applies.
Right.
It's impossible for you to understand when you've never even come through the door.
Right.
How this works, why it's still a destination, and why there's still ladies that are choosing this profession.
Yeah. How does the town feel about these establishments? We spoke, the reason I asked, I spoke to I think it had to have been a high schooler the other day. It just seemed very normal. We didn't speak to her about this. We just spoke to her how big is this town? Stuff like that. And it sounds like it's a small town where people come in from the different valleys. I'm just curious though. Yeah. What does this town, from your perspective, think of your business? Are they receptive? Are there some vocal critics?
No, our county commissioner, who happens to be a wonderful Mormon rancher, when he got in as a commissioner for this area, the biggest area in Elko County, there were fellow religious congregational members that said, all right, now we can close them down. He said, no, we aren't.
Yeah.
He said, they have been here as long as I was a little boy. We need them. That's wonderful.
Now, is it the tax money? Why does he think? Why do you think they need you?
It's all of it. There's the the licensing fee is way more than any other licensing fee in this town. It's the donations. It's the tax money I pay to Elko County that comes back to Wells.
Yeah.
Here's the biggest part. When a client or a guest comes to Bell's, this is the only place they stop. Just look at food, gas, lodging, maybe the dollar store for batteries.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to spend money everywhere. If I wasn't here, you never would have shown up.
Oh yeah, no.
You would have had no reason.
No.
So that's, and it's like I told the present city manager, I said, I'm going to do everything I'm able to help this town financially. But I can't make them stop at one service station or the other. But I can certainly invite them in.
Sure.
For the experience of a town that allows us the freedom, and I'm going to say the ability to stay licensed and legal without being asked if they're for or against.
Yeah. Do you have, we don't have to get it now. We can look at it later along with your handbook, but do you have did they give you a license, a brothel license?
Yes, it's on the wall.
Oh, cool. That'll be cool to see.
I have an escort too. I love the escort.
Yeah?
Yes.
So you are licensed as an escort?
Mm-hmm.
Really? Okay. That'd be very cool to see. And if we need to omit personal identifying, we can, but I'd love to see an actual license. Because didn't you just change it in this county so that it says licensed sex worker instead of licensed prostitution? Or were you working on that?
It's still at the attorneys.
Oh.
Mm.
So it went up a level or something and they were still reviewing it? Or?
The attorneys think they should update the code. Okay, well, what's the code? Rules and regulations. For what? Something they've never done?
Right.
So that's going to be pretty exciting when it comes out. But one of the changes should be courtesan.
Oh, courtesan. Okay.
Instead of house of prostitution, it should read brothel.
Mm-hmm.
And why am I after that? Because the biggest part of the sexual industry is illegal. Why should these women who spend their money to be legally licensed carry the same label?
Yeah.
How unfair is that? Even the garbage man became the trash man, became the sanitation engineer,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, all that evolves, and you're going to still call licensed women a prostitute.
Sorry to keep bringing up weed, but it used to be a drug dealer. Now it's a wellness advisor.
Oh, good.
Right? So adapting with the times.
Well, and if you think about it, what was it? It was weed, and then it was pot.
Now it's cannabis. Yeah.
And there were other terms.
Sure.
But, it's now it's, and then marijuana.
Mm-hmm.
Medical marijuana. Well, was it all medical?
Right.
God put it here. It must be all medical.
Right. Yeah.
But, the one thing that I believe with all my heart, and it deals with safety, is that it's a really good idea to buy from a dispensary, unless you want to risk something like fentanyl, because things are changing out there in that black market world.
Yeah.
And you don't get a second chance for some. And so it's don't do it.
Yeah. Very well said.
And maybe it's a little more expensive. Maybe it's a higher THC than the person would used to get in the Mexican stuff.
Yeah.
But everything evolves.
Right.
And so with, brothels, it should be filled with elegant, professional,
Mm-hmm.
non-judgmental women with a calling for whatever length of time.
Yeah. And, here in a bit, we'll step out to get some cool shots of you approaching the brothel and stuff. But just to kind of wrap up this conversation, and we can probably do this again tomorrow and stuff. But I thought it'd be good to have a conversation about the potential health risks, which I think most of them are addressed through the regulations. So, for example, as we all know, condoms don't prevent against everything, but since they're tested every week and tested monthly for HIV, they can catch things, and they can be proactive, take proactive measures to remediate, let's say, anything that may come up. Are there any other, setting that aside, because we all know that that's not exclusive to this here. That's like what everybody has to worry about just in the world. Are there any health considerations that the women here should be aware of? And I can just lead if you feel like I'm like fishing for a question. I've just heard that like certain women, after working in this industry for so long, couldn't become pregnant. I don't know if you've heard about things like this or anything similar to that.
I feel that there is a possibility
Sure.
that having, I'm going to call it a body part that has maybe done more than it was designed to do, can have some sort of scientific ramification.
Mm-hmm.
But then that's also why they shouldn't just not have a break. They should work, a certain amount of time, take a break. But if a person was to think about that, well, that's why it's worth, I call it the extra money. All right. Because besides a guest getting exactly the kind of woman they're looking for, she basically can work half a year. So what do you want her income to be? All right. And so there is a wear and tear on our body. Wouldn't matter if you were a bricklayer.
I was about to say, yeah.
You pick up that same block with this hand. All right. And you do the same stuff over here. This one's going to wear out faster than this one.
Yeah.
And so our body needs repair time. And that's any industry.
Yeah. Very well said. Is there anything else that should be considered? I mean, I have to imagine that you have to put yourself, almost like when a police officer goes into duty, you get yourself in a mindset of like, I'm on duty. Things might happen, but it's part of the job, and you kind of like turn it off. And what I'm kind of thinking of, again, if you feel like I'm fishing, it's like, do you have any advice for women that don't want to feel objectified? Because I think that's possible. If you work here for a while, you could start to feel like these truckers just pull up, they ring the bell, and I just get in line. And, do you recommend like mental health services for women, or what? How do you address something like that?
I don't recommend mental health services. Unless, let's say a lady has had a difficult childhood, difficult teen years, difficult whatever it is. It doesn't mean abuse. It's how she felt about something. It doesn't even have to be sexual, as I said. But in any industry, we could use that same analogy of like a peace officer.
Yeah.
Okay. Or a courtesan. They aren't the job.
Right.
And so they have to be careful not to become the profession. This body that they have and being something for someone that they're willing to be is still a line. All right. So if Susie can't keep a dividing line between that and the character, and it becomes convoluted, that would be a lot like Norma Jean and Marilyn Monroe. Who killed Norma Jean? Marilyn. And so that's in any profession. I say I'm Madame Bella, that I'm the American Madam. But that's my profession. That's what I'm here to do. But I'm not this. I'm just in service to this.
Yeah.
And is the line of who I've become a little more like this, but it's a healthy line.
Mm-hmm.
It's helpful to other women and guests. There is nothing about who I've become and this line between who goes home and who's sitting here that is very far apart.
Right.
But I'm aware that if for some reason this sold and I got to talk about this everywhere, but I wasn't Madame Bella as far as the owner of Bella's Hacienda Ranch, I would go on. I would still exist because I'm me.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think we get to remember that because sometimes when people lose their career or let's get fired, let's say, all of a sudden it's like that was who they thought they were and they aren't.
Right. This is like very therapeutic for me to hear you say this because I sometimes I make myself a job or even sometimes I make myself this. And it's like, hold on, Cole, you have to remind yourself it's just a hobby, or in this case, this is just a way for you to get what you want in life, right? Like, that's what this is. Like you said, you asked girls, what is your goals? What are your goals? You know, it's easy to forget that, yeah, we don't always live to work. Sometimes we work to live. Would you say that's a good way of putting it?
It's a way that we do when we're younger. And
Yeah.
And it's called wasting time. But we have to go through that in order to wake up.
Yeah. Yeah.
And, every now and then I think, well, when am I supposed to pass the baton?
Mm-hmm.
And still have accomplished what I was sent here to do.
Yeah.
And I'm so passionate about it. But then every now and then I go, oh, crap. Geez, what the heck am I doing?
What have I signed myself up for?
I know. Was it in blood? So, those are the things that's that little, ego, little angel, ego. Well, nobody in your family ever amounted to anything. Don't listen to him. It's like we go through that. You're Cole Preston.
Yep.
You're not Cole Memo, but you're willing to be. You're willing to show people who you are.
Yeah.
And I am. And so, if I come in here and I go, wah, 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 they just look at me like this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because, really, if I say the F word, they think the world's coming to an end. But what it means is my humanness is a little bit like, instead of like being in alignment, well, oh, it'll all work out. What do we learn from this? How can we just go around the rock like this? Do we always have to hit the rock and sort of wash up on the shore with what's left of the canoe? And when they're young, they want to hit everything dead on. It's like, I'm going to move this rock. Well, how many times do we hit the rock, Cole?
Right.
Before we really get tired of being wet and building another canoe.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm at. Why did I invite you? I want you to know. I wanted to meet you in person.
Yeah.
So the idea is that, like for me, There's no way I can make this stuff up. This just stuff comes out of my mouth. What is saying this stuff?
That's funny.
I think in my heart, it's bigger than me.
Yeah.
I'm a messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm
Yeah.
just sharing with people. You don't, you know, it's like going into a department store. You don't have to go. You don't have to go in and judge everything.
Mm-hmm.
You can go in, you can get what you're looking for, and you can leave. You don't have to critique everything in there and say, well, who the heck designed this?
Right.
You know, who made that print?
Yeah.
You know, it's like, it's a waste of our time. It's a waste of our life.
Mm-hmm.
And it goes by so quickly, and it's really so precious that sometimes I go, TikTok.
Yeah.
Wonder if I should be at the beach. You know, today I'm here.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to allow this time to be something memorable for all of us.
Yeah. Well said. Well, I see the sun's peeking out. I do want to hit you with this last question, and I think it's important. It's what fascinates me so much about the sex industry. I'll call it that right now. Unfortunately, and I wrote this down because I won't be able to say it as well as I wrote it down. Unfortunately, it seems that legalization, I say that in quotes, does not adequately address the issues with the criminal justice system. Similar to the legalization of cannabis, the legalization of sex work does not include complete decriminalization. Full decriminalization, in my opinion, is different from mere legalization. Most of us think of legalization as the end goal, and you think it's legal. That's great, right? But I often view that as something that comes with regulatory strings attached that serve more the interests of those who wish to monopolize the industry than those of the workers or even the patrons. Are you a supporter of the complete decriminalization of sex work? It sounded like you were with the thing you said about Vegas earlier, that there should be a district there and stuff.
Cole, in this lifetime, there is absolutely no way to do anything legally without regulation. It's been created.
Yeah.
Even the archaic code that allows me and other brothels to exist is really the Nordic law. It points at the man if he buys it outside of a brothel.
Right.
He's cool if he's in here, or a couple or a woman. Cool. You're good. You're golden. But it's really designed, even way back then, to stop individuals from being able to manipulate others for sensual purposes. In a way ahead of its time, because it really was talking about trafficking as well, or young children. Leave them out of it. You know, they're going to experience what they get to, and there's way too much molestation that goes on that they're doing nothing about. So it's like the focus of decriminalization, which keeps buyers and sellers from being criminals, is a really something that gets to be solved. But because people do things they shouldn't do, and that's harmful to one another, if you don't have a location, if you don't have a regulation, it's not, the police aren't going to come to your aid.
Yeah.
They won't. You know, so it's like, it has to be with regulation. And then if legalization enters into it, well, that's just another positive for what I call a profession. All right. That can be incredibly manipulative and harmful that was never meant to be harmful.
Mm-hmm.
And how, because people do things they shouldn't do, there's those like myself that say, no. It's like saying you're breaking the law.
Yeah.
So, it isn't an easy question. As we've talked about, it's this huge tier of an industry.
Yeah.
We're not talking, like carpentry.
Right.
We're talking something that the entire planet does.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody.
Yeah, it always has.
So how big is that industry?
Right.
And how are we going to bring it out of chaos and into something that's as beautiful as it should be?
Yeah. Well said. Well, we'll continue this, folks. I hope you're enjoying this as much as I am. Bella, I hope you're having fun today.
I am.
Okay, good.
I am, because I get to talk about stuff that I'm very passionate about.
Yeah.
So, but when it's a good line. How do you bring it back into that alignment of beauty out of this incredible chaos?
Yeah.
That looks so tarnished. And you look at these gals that choose to be here with me. They're amazing.
Yeah. Very nice and everything. So, well, we'll pick this up here in a little bit. Yes, exactly. Yep. All right, Justine, how's that camera looking? Is it good? I set it up. I thought it looked decent. Cool. All right, you ready to start rolling?
Yep.
I got to assume that usually when a man sets up a tripod with you, it's usually not like this. Yeah, right.
Right.
Can you, before we get into all this, the goal of this is to help get you publicity and everything else. Why don't you go ahead and tell our listeners your name and where they can find you?
My name is Happy, and I can be found at Bella's Hacienda Ranch in Wells, Nevada.
Awesome. And the website, what is it? Bella's
Bellas.us.
Bellas.us and Happy. So if they search up on the website, they can see your name, pictures and stuff, and then get connected with you from there.
That's correct.
Awesome. Cool. Well, folks, if you like what you see, there you go. So Happy, how long have you been in the industry?
2.5 years.
2.5 years. Awesome. And is that just 2.5 years in the legal industry, or did you do anything like pornography or illicit work beforehand? Or
2 years in the brothel industry. I did not do anything like this at all before.
Really? So how did you find yourself here?
A girlfriend of mine called me out and told me I should try it.
Yeah?
And I tried it, and I've been here ever since.
But like, what was the pitch like? Was it like, Happy, you'll never believe how much fucking money I can make out here? What got you? What got you out here? Because this is, yeah.
She just wanted me to come out here and try life. She's like, why don't you come out to Nevada and try life? And I came out here and stayed.
Yeah, and it's been 2 years, so obviously you've been enjoying it.
I have.
Yeah. Is this the only house you've worked at?
I worked at one other house. Yeah.
Gotcha. Is it around here or across
it's
state?
in Carlin. It's about an hour and a half away.
Oh, gotcha. I'm just curious, what is the, not to give other people advertising, but what's the name of the ranch? Dovetail. Okay, cool. And as somebody who never got in the industry and never had been in this industry, how did you... I'm sorry, I just feel like most people tuning in right now, they might be wondering the same thing. Like, how did you put yourself in this mental space to come here? I'm just curious. Like, was it not that big of a deal to you, or did you have to kind of like talk to yourself?
I was preoccupied with the mischievous activity.
Okay. Okay.
So my friend said, why don't you come out to Nevada and try it out here and see how you like it? So
Very
I
cool.
came out here and tried it.
Because if I could take a guess, because this is maybe less mischievous in the fact that it's legal.
And lucrative.
Lucrative. Yeah. We don't obviously have to get into figures, but you've been making good money if you've been in here for 2 years.
Very good.
Yeah. Good. Good for you. Well, that's awesome. And I'm just curious, what has this lifestyle afforded you? I'm sure since you're making a lot of money, some financial freedom, right?
Lots of financial freedom.
Yeah. What do you, without getting into destinations or whatever, what do you do with your time? Do you travel?
I spend time with my children, my family.
Oh, cool.
For the most part, spend time with my family.
Very cool. Very cool. And one of the things I've been asking all the women that I've been speaking to, there's a lot of stigma in this, and many people assume that I'm just going to think of, so we come from, like I said, the Midwest. There's it's probably actually culturally a lot like this area, like country. I don't always dress like this, by the way. I'm just dressing like this because I'm in Nevada. But the people that we live around do dress like this, and they have certain thoughts. And one of the thoughts that they might have is that maybe you didn't choose this work, something like that. What would you have to say? In other words, people always seem to ascribe it to a woman would never choose to be in this work. Something bad must have happened to her in her past. What do you say to that person? How do you talk to that person?
We all have troubled pasts. We all come from different backgrounds and different types of trauma and abuse, and anybody can end up here from any style of life.
Yeah. Or end up anywhere else, right?
True.
Like one of the points that I don't know if you're familiar with this person. I spoke with Bella about it, but one of the points that I thought was so brilliant that Dennis Hoff has made in the past, a journalist was interviewing him and said, a certain percentage of the women might have been molested that work at your establishments. And he said, yeah, a certain percentage of women at this news station may have been molested. So what? It's not unique to this industry.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Yeah. It's very interesting to think about. Do you tell your family that you work in this industry?
My mom knows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does she have any thoughts about it?
She's thrilled that I'm making productive changes to have a successful life.
I just have to say, oh yeah, no problem.
Okay, and I'm sure you already said this. I just want to say, baby, if there's anything that you want to delete or you're not comfortable with, you just tell Cole.
Yeah.
I just don't know if I'm answering the questions right. That's all.
You're answering.
Okay.
Yeah, you're doing awesome.
Them your way.
Okay.
I want you to be comfortable. Okay. This isn't about right, wrong, or good and bad. He told me from the very beginning, Belle, answer what you're comfortable with. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it is.
So again, if you say something where you're like, or if you even step away from tonight and you're like, I shouldn't have said that. She's got my contact info. You can reach out. We can work together and we can cut whatever you want out.
Okay.
Right. So I just want to make sure that you knew that.
Okay.
But what I was about to say, funnily enough, you seem to be really comfortable with media, honestly, which is funny given, have you done something like this before?
Never.
No? Okay.
Never.
Cool. I'm watching you and I'm paying attention to what you're saying, and you're very careful about what you say and how you say it. And that's just admirable because I don't have that quality. I run my mouth. So yeah, you're awesome. But anyways, well, this is really cool. So just your mom knows. Is there any reason, do you think it'd just be too tough to talk to the rest of your family about it, or?
Well, the adults in my family know, like my mom, my sisters.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure my cousins and maybe my mom's sisters.
Yeah.
My children, I think they know. They think that I'm a bartender.
Oh, okay.
However, I do make a lot of money. I don't know if kids ever question that.
Yeah.
But
She's just a good bartender.
I kind of have a feeling that they know.
Yeah.
And I'm a strong believer of what's done in the dark will come to light. So they will know at some point.
Yeah.
Before, during, or after this journey.
Yeah. And I asked these questions about how your family feels. A lot of these questions I ask is so that other people that might be considering this work know how to like deal with these family dynamics and stuff. So I'm just curious. Yeah. Did you get any like, for lack of better words, shit from your family about this? Like, oh, what's Happy doing?
No.
No?
No.
Awesome. That's very cool to hear. That's very cool to hear. And this is, you know, sort of a tough question, I guess. Maybe not for you, but for me to ask. Have you had any negative experiences in this industry?
In this industry?
Yeah.
Nothing like traumatizingly negative. Nothing like, not at all.
Good. And what would you say? What is that beeping sound?
The front door opening.
Oh, okay. Cool.
The front door's open.
Cool. What would you say typically is your clientele? I noticed the CB radio. Is it mostly truckers? Is it people passing through town? Can you not really put your finger? Is it not a consistent demographic or?
Truckers, people traveling through town, or people that are like working around the area, and like it'll be like it'll be like a 6-month project, and like their job will have them living in hotels locally, and they'll like stay local, and then they'll like go to their work site. So like they'll come, and then we get miners,
as in drivers. People in the mines,
yeah, gold miners,
yeah,
not children,
yeah, right. So, anyways, sorry for the stupid joke. That is interesting, and I'm just curious. Is it like, do you have to, I mean, obviously they bathe and stuff beforehand, but truckers don't sound like the most glamorous group to deal with. Is that tough?
They are, everybody's different, but we have a shower here for them so they can shower before and after their parties if they need to.
Yeah. I guess to ask a kind of a blunt question, maybe I'm being crass against truck drivers, but truck drivers strike me as the type of people that would be like you'd come in and you'd maybe try to make some small talk and they'd just be like, suck my dick. Do they get that? Do they get that way? Or are they pretty generally nice? Or
they're generally nice, and they have like a lot of time to spend, like to kill.
Yeah.
So like they'll like sit and they'll have a drink and they'll talk with you for a while. And then maybe negotiate a party and then drink a little more just because they have so much time to kill.
Yeah.
So sometimes they'll have like 10 hours before they can get back on the road. So they'll come in here and drink and shower, party with the ladies, and then go back out and sleep.
Very cool. That's a pretty awesome pit stop. And I'm just curious, I hadn't asked some of the other workers this question. We were wondering this on the way here. Does a man generally come in and is he just like, give me head, or is it a mixture? Do men mostly want sex? Like, is there something a man seems to mostly want? I'm just curious.
So they usually don't know what they want.
Okay.
For the most part, it's generally head and sex. But they don't usually know what they want. Some will be specific, like, I want to make out with you. I want to have the girlfriend experience with you. I want a lot of caressing. I want massaging. So some guys will know exactly what they want, and then others don't know what they want.
So you that's when you come in with a sell, like, I do these types of things. Yeah. We can do this.
I like come in with a bunch of massages, lap dances.
Yeah. But it sounds like most guys want what I think has been called in this industry for a long time, Bella. You can laugh at me for this one. Half and half.
Yes.
Isn't that what it's called? Yeah.
Yes,
so half head.
Half and half. Yes.
Yeah. Gotcha. What are some of the crazier parties you've done? I think this is probably a fun conversation. I saw you have a BDSM room. Is there any crazy stories? I've always heard some crazy stories.
Nothing too crazy for me. Somebody came in recently and asked me to pee in a cup. I just like stood in the stand-in stand up, shower, and pee in the cup.
And that's it?
Yeah.
So they said, so
I just want to
for tonight,
I just want to see you pee in the cup.
And did they ask for the cup or?
No.
They
They
just
didn't want
wanted
the
to
pee. They just wanted to see me pee in it.
See you pee in a cup.
Yeah.
And did they this is just fascinating. Did they lay on the bed and pleasure themselves while you peed in the cup, or did they just watch it?
We have a bathroom with a walk-in shower. So I just stood in there and squat into a cup and I peed, and he had me turn around so he could watch, so he could see.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. And I'm not asking, I know you don't want to say your prices, but did you make pretty good money off of that simple request? I'm just curious.
That simple request was not a
cheap thing?
It was cheap. It was cheap.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Interesting.
Because it was cheap.
Now that's probably the reason you say that is because that's probably that's not a regular occurrence that people just ask.
It's not a regular occurrence. And he had talked to somebody else before and he told her how much money he had. And she walked and she had came in and she said how much money he had. So I went in there and just as soon as I got in there, he just said, all I want is to see you pee in a cup. I have this amount of money. I said, let's do it.
Gotcha. Just curious, what is your most common fetish you encounter? Is it BDSM? Is it what is it usually?
The most common is fetish.
Kink or whatever. I don't know exactly the right word.
Nothing really out of the ordinary. This guy wanted me to shake my ass in his face the other day. I thought that was kind of weird.
Yeah. That's it. He just wanted you to shake your ass in his face.
Yeah, well, not just that, but that was part of it. And
Gotcha.
he mentioned that, if they tell you what they want in the negotiation specifically, and then they go to the room and they're dead set on getting that, then of course it's never a problem because you guys negotiated about it in advance. But he said that and I just kind of laughed. Because, there's a song where it's oh, girl, put it in my face. And I just kind of laughed oh, he wants me to put my butt in his face. And then when we got to the room, he really wanted it.
Yeah. He's no, seriously, can you do that?
Yep.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah. I was just curious if
nothing out of the ordinary, nothing too weird, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Nothing actually weird at all.
Yeah. Do people is there a consistency among men where it's I guess what I'm getting at is it's interesting to me that it seems it's not just sex sometimes. Certain people are into boobs or whatever.
Yes. For the most part it's sex.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the most part.
Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. Do you, we'll start to wrap up here. Do you ever I have heard of other brothels doing this type of stuff and it sounds really cool, out dates with people or anything like that?
I've never had an out date here.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I do offer them.
You do offer them?
I
cool.
do.
Gotcha.
I'm waiting for the right date to come along.
There you go. Well, good to know, folks. I guess just, final questions here. Why did you leave the last brothel that you were at?
I wanted to try a bigger house.
Cool. So this is bigger than the last place you were at?
Yes, very much bigger.
Very cool. Well, hey, is that the bell?
Showtime.
Well, hey, we don't want to get in the way of you. Thank you for sitting down with us today. And maybe if you're around tomorrow, we can chat again. If not, no worries.
Okay.
But I just really appreciate you being open to chat. And as Bella said, and I said, if anything comes up, Bella's got my number, my contact information. Just let us know.
Okay.
Take
Thank
care.
you.
Have a good night.
You as well. Thank you.
Yep.
The high-end outdate. Yeah. No.
So these girls that are they going to a gas station to meet up?
Grocery store.
Oh, I thought you were meeting. I thought they were meeting a
Clients?
patron. Yeah,
No.
to bus them here. I was I didn't realize the girls.
We have a shuttle service. What happens is the girls give out the number, they'll call on the phone,
Uh-huh.
and then I'll have Happy, who's a senior courtesan. She'll keep an eye on the house, and I'll run and get them from the truck stop, bring them back,
cool.
and then we do a lineup, and then when they're ready to go, I run them back.
She drops them back. Sure.
Yeah, right.
Well, my running days are long gone.
Yeah. Okay. Now,
You tell them what they're for me.
yeah. Thanks, honey. So, I
I trust them all to, just speak the truth. All I'm asking is that you tell them that so that they don't, because they've never done that.
Yeah, no, I actually feel
First.
so bad that I didn't tell her that, because as soon as you said that, she was like, "Oh,
yeah.
cool." And usually I do say that, so thank you.
You're welcome. And
Yeah.
I could tell by her energy that she
Yeah.
looked a little bit like the butterfly with the wings going this way.
Yeah.
And she's very open. And so you did get to see that. But it's like with all of them, it's so important that they feel safe.
Absolutely.
And that's the one thing I offer here is they can speak up. And I once had one documentary that really went south. And it was like somehow or another, it looked like party drunkenness. And I can't say that it was, but that was the spin that
Right.
it wound up taking.
Right.
And I know that since this isn't our first time together, you understand what really is here.
Yeah.
What I'm open to having their opinion, them to talk about, because I don't put a gag order on anybody.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't, expect to have women that would, say good things to me. And then when I'm not in the room or something, that something else would come out.
Yeah.
So, I would rather that.
Yeah.
That, that's why, I started to smile with her openness because she suddenly could bring out what she is with us.
Yeah.
And you would, of course, get a much better podcast.
Excuse me, Bill, right, it does. The runner in town, what I told him to make sure he collects his fee, but I don't even know what it is in town.
It's 10.
10 for each girl.
Yeah, 10 for each girl.
Okay.
I got to get the 200 for him to pick up May. Okay. Oh yeah, we had an eye-opening experience yesterday, as we know, and it's not cannabis; it's the other stuff, the meth, the fentanyl, the heroin, the shit. And it turned out a brand new lady, and so the runner took her to the store yesterday, or the day before. The first thing he said is, "I sell drugs."
The runner. Oh.
And I was like, "Oh no, he's done."
Yeah.
Done. And I knew he dabbled a little bit, but I didn't know the depth. And here's this little bitty town. And I'm looking at this going, why aren't more people falling over dead?
Mm-hmm.
And, I can't, we don't do that.
Right.
Off the camera. I asked them all straight out, do you use cannabis? And they're like this.
Yeah, I get all nervous.
I said, look, I understand at your age, it's what you prefer to alcohol or anything else.
Yeah.
I said, you got to bring a pen and you don't share. Right. Because, just the
Oh, like a
oil, the
vapor
vaping. Yeah.
Yeah.
I said,
That's nice.
Because it doesn't smell.
Right.
And it isn't legal in here. But I don't want to get in the way of what keeps them level while we're swimming in a world that used to probably be kind of like a dirty river, but it's like a cesspool now.
Yeah.
And I want them comfortable. And so, I am just that open.
Yeah.
But I have to be careful with sharing that. And I can just share it with them. And so I don't have any issues. They bring their little pens. They take a trip to Elko. They go to the Indian colony where they get their little cartridges. Everything's good. Nobody's just whacked out.
Right.
They're just in a state that they prefer at certain times of the day.
Yeah. Have you had issues with other drugs? Have you had any issues?
In the early 21st century, the meth.
Really?
I really dislike that meth. It's just bad shit. I can't even understand why somebody would want to do something to shorten their life.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense to me, but we don't have any of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And was it obvious when that started happening? You're like, okay, she's fucking whacked out.
It took me a minute.
That's
Because
what I figured, yeah.
I wasn't around that.
Sure.
So I don't want to be around it.
Right. Yeah.
I don't want to be around people that are poisoning themselves.
Yes.
So, I like to be open, but I have to be realistic on camera about certain things. You can, because it's a whole different element talking about cannabis and the legalities and what it's good for and all of that in a business that's dealing with sexual services. That's all they need. Oh, yeah, it's sex and drugs.
Right.
Yeah.
It would wipe us off the map.
And I think that's why, like, we're mindful not to, or Cole's mindful not to portray this as like, the party atmosphere, like you were talking about. It's just like, the girls they're all tipsy. They all come up and hang all over you. And, that's the brothel experience because, like you said, all people need is another excuse to hate this place.
Or to judge it, right?
Yeah.
So, and they're all different ages. And I'm going to say, they're all doing it for a reason. For the real part of it. Whether it's getting on top of the game, setting themselves up while they still have plenty of days in front of them, whether they have a child, whether they have a parent that's ill. I mean, they've all got their reasons.
Yeah.
Oh, hi. How are you?
Good.
No, we were just yakking.
It's Noah who came to the door.
Oh, I got to get that money for Noah. Let me get that money. Money.
Where the check though?
Okay. So
I heard that doorbell ring.
So delete. You don't want.
I have deleted it from from the face of the earth.
Is that the guy?
But I did not. I just didn't see it today, right? Okay. They are podcasting some of the gals that
Excuse me.
Excuse me, lady. Oh, sorry. And then.
So, I went to the bunny ranch, right?
Still going bad anyway. Saw you last night, did yeah, lot of murk, caught me in the hallway. Got a sticky, keep it in my dog's place. Girl, I left you, love it, make it not so shade. Still going bad on you anyway. Please for a little blood in the mall, doesn't mean that we involved. I just put a Richard on the car, I ain't going to play the ball, but I shoot. Got to really want to take it far, be back against the wall, and I'm pushing. Need you to go away. Still going bad on the way. Saw you last night, but did it go? Getting down in the deal.
So, I went to the bunny ranch, right?
Yes.
And I picked a girl for the purposes of this project. I wasn't like purchasing sex. Anyways, I picked a girl and I sat down at the bar, and the bartender said, I'm just curious what you think of this story too. The bartender said, what would you like? And I said, Bud Light or something. And he's like, all right, $6. And I'm like, cool. So I'm talking to this girl, asking her like how long she's worked here and everything. And I hear him out the side of my eye going, hey, Chief, I said $12. And I was like, I mean, I'll pay you, but I thought you just said $6, because I gave him $6. And he's like, yeah, 6 for you, 12 for the round. And I was like, oh, I'm buying her a drink. And he's like, yeah. And I was like, okay. Like I was, but I was like, I just felt like that's something you should like ask him.
Exactly. And that's
Not that I wouldn't have said yes. I was just like, for him to like treat me like an asshole. I was like, bro,
I always ask our guests, did you want to buy the lady a drink? And she says, he's going to buy me a drink. I say to our guest, did you want to buy the lady a drink? And I'll shake my head because I'm hoping you're going to say yes, but
Sure.
I'm going to ask first
sure.
instead of just assuming.
Yeah. So it's interesting.
You know, we charge like $7 for a beer. A lady's drink will start at $13. But we do that because we are at a bar.
Right.
People are going to sit and drink after drink after drink. And the other thing is the people that have bars in town have to put shoes on their children too. We don't need the local drinkers.
Right.
So it just works all the way around. Nobody's gouged. Everybody's treated with respect. They're asked. Because maybe they moved. And that's okay too. Maybe they're saving all their money for her.
Yeah, you know what's funny is after it all, because I spoke to the girl, and again, I was not there to purchase sex, I was more there to interview the women. And I just jokingly said, because I could tell she was kind of frustrated with me that I wasn't going to spend money with her, so I jokingly said, oh, haha, wasn't that funny that I didn't realize I was buying you a drink? And she goes, yeah, you should buy a woman a drink. And I'm like, I don't disagree with that. I just didn't know that, like...
All of a sudden, you're on the defensive.
Yes, I was like,
never a good way to be sitting at a brothel.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, you're on the defensive, and she's going to ask you for probably $1,200.
Yeah.
And you're going to be all over that.
It's amazing. You named the exact breast she asked for.
No, just a guess.
That's why my tills are always perfect, because I don't let anybody go behind the bar.
Zoom clip 196. Zoom clip 196. So Portia, thank you for sitting down with me. This is exciting. Do you want to go ahead and just introduce yourself for folks that are listening right now?
My name is Portia, and I am the house manager at Bella's Hacienda Ranch.
Very awesome. And for folks that haven't been paying attention to the rest of this episode, Bella's Hacienda Ranch is a brothel in Nevada, which is very cool. Very cool stuff. So, well, you were mentioning to me before we got on air that you haven't always been, what did you say your title was? You haven't always been this title before you were...
I was a courtesan for many years. Yeah. I actually started at this house, probably about 30 some years ago.
You started at this house?
I did. I worked here for several years, and I was very successful. And then I wanted to try some other houses, which I did. And I always ended up coming back here.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a little bit more structure. It's not a free-for-all, drunken parties and stuff where a lot of other houses that I worked at are. So we stay focused on your paper when you're working here.
Yeah. What were, if you don't mind, what were some of the houses that you worked at? Were they by chance in the Hoff brothels, or were they different brothels?
No, I worked at the Sagebrush. I worked at Sue's Fantasy Club in Elko, the Wildcat in Mina, the Stardust in Ely, the Dovetail in Carlin, the Calico in Battle Mountain.
Wow.
Yeah, I kind of went, checked them all out.
Are you from Nevada?
No, I'm from Minnesota.
Really? Okay. So how did you find yourself in Nevada doing sex work?
Well, I was doing escort services, and then I went to work at a house in Montana, and I met a couple of girls who worked in the houses out here, and they told me about them. And so I made a phone call and was lucky enough to get a room. And then I stayed here. I would work 3 weeks here and go on vacation for 3 weeks and come back for several years.
Yeah. Was the house in Montana legal, or was that just
illegal?
But that's so interesting to hear. I mean, I assumed there were, because I started this show covering the cannabis industry because I smoke a lot of pot, right?
You're not alone, my friend.
Hey, right here. Well, I always figured that there had to be something similar to like a house in the illicit market, because of course that's how we've been buying weed for years, right? Before it was legal.
Right.
We got it from a guy. So I figured the same thing. That's interesting. So there was was it like this where you came up to a house, rang a bell, and there was a lineup, or?
No, it was basically you ring a bell and you come in and you might have a couple of girls to choose from. It's totally different in an illegal house. And one of the reasons why I decided to come to Nevada was because I have a good record. And I never wanted to have any prostitution charges or soliciting or pandering or any kind of charges on my record.
Yeah.
Because throughout the years, when I've taken a break from, working as a courtesan, I had a square job. And so, you don't want to have the prostitution charges or any kind of other charges on your record because they do look at stuff now. So that's kind of what turned me away from any kind of illegal houses or escorting. Once I found I could be legal and safe, that was it. I never turned back.
Yeah, that's what we hear with most girls. In fact, I was just talking to a girl out at the bar, and she said, she was, in the illicit market for a while, and when she heard about this safe legal option, well, she thought, why not get out of the shadows, come above board, and do this professionally?
Right.
Yeah. It's just very interesting. Do you think houses like that are still prevalent across America, with it being illegal everywhere except here?
Yeah, they're going to be everywhere. It's just, a lot of the girls don't stay long in houses like that because it's dangerous, and I remember running into some sketchy characters, and, you can't count on the house to protect you because it's an illegal house.
Yeah.
So they're, you're not that important. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, there's the bell. I'm curious, you bring up security. What is security here? Is it you with like a can of bear spray or what?
Well, the whole house has cameras.
Sure.
And we are in an area that has, it's like a hub where we have a sheriff's department, we have highway patrol, so there's a lot of police activity around this area because it's easy for them to get to a lot of different places, the four corners of, northeastern Nevada. So we really, because we have such a long road to come down, we don't really have problems with anything. They have to ring a bell to come in. And then, I'm only a button away from calling the police, but we don't really have any problems. Most of the people, because they're coming to our house and it's a legal house, they're on their best behavior.
Right.
And because we don't, we're not a bar. We have a bar. And it's okay for people to have a few drinks, but we don't encourage hanging at the bar. And for the ladies, there's a 2 drink per shift maximum.
Hey there.
So they're not here. They're here to make money. They're not here to party and get drunk. They can do that when they go home.
Yeah. Hey, how's it going?
Ladies ready?
Ladies ready? You can go through.
Yep, you're good.
Order. Here, where's the phone?
Right there.
I think it's right there.
I'm so sorry.
No, you're okay. You're okay.
He's waiting for you. Go ahead.
Okay, kids, come back to the
Make good choices. No.
come back to the kitchen door, okay? No.
That's funny. That's funny. Well, what's it like being a bartender at a brothel? Sorry, you're not just a bartender, but
Right. Well, my job is to kind of disarm our guests when they come in. A lot of times they're nervous. They're have a little bit of anxiety. Maybe this is their first time in a brothel, or maybe it's their first time here. So I'm the very first face they see. So before I open that door, I put on a big old smile and I open that door. Welcome to Bella's. I want them to feel so welcome, because so many places, and I've worked in a lot of them, that is not how they answer the door.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Hey, Bella, if you want to come through, it's good. You're good.
I wanted you to meet my better half.
Oh.
Better half.
Yeah, that's
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And Justine.
Hi, Justine. Hi, nice meeting you.
And this is a guy that keeps everything running
Yeah,
and hardly yells.
She was telling us about the freaking winter conditions you saved him from.
Yeah, let's keep that going. Let's get into winter, right?
Right, here it comes.
All right, so we're gonna let you do your thing. You guys are going.
Cool.
Okay. And then I'll shoot. I got a horseshoer tomorrow, 2 at 10. But we'll see. Maybe Lance can help me my job here a little bit early. I still got center direction.
Yeah.
So that means next time we're coming out, we're riding horses with you, right?
No, I only have one.
Oh, all right.
Oh, sorry.
You gotta bring your own.
And she's a one-rider horse.
Oh, one of those, yeah.
She's one of those.
Yeah, well, we've had her since she was 3 weeks old.
Okay, that's cute.
So Lance and our son bottle fed her, and she stayed. So now she's 12 and definitely mine.
Yeah.
So, okay, you guys carry on. I'm going to unlock this door for the gals.
Okay.
And then we'll go down the back hall to go out so we don't interrupt.
Cool. It's okay. Hey, nice to meet you. Yep, take care. Well, it's been fascinating to see the inner workings of a brothel. It's a lot more normal than I considered. It's not like somebody's coming in and like, hey, the dildos they need charged, okay? Like the vibrators, they're out of battery. You know, like I figured there'd be things like that.
Yeah, no, it's a little bit more classy here. You know, these are professional ladies of pleasure. And, you know, sometimes behind the scenes, we might be a little, you know.
Sure.
But we try to be
But that's every
total
job, right?
ladies in front of our guests, whether they're a gentleman or not. We strive for greatness.
Yeah. And I was going to say that's every job, right? We all have our little private, dialogues.
I did make the joke to Cole that I was wondering if the girls would think it was funny or not to use like a Hitachi wand as the microphone.
Well, then they'd have to bend over and talk.
That's funny. That is funny. Yeah. So, what are some of the changes you've seen over you mentioned you've been in the sex industry for some time. I'm just curious, have there been changes over the years? And if so, what do you feel they've been?
I think there are quite a few changes. We're getting a lot more couples. We're getting a lot more ladies looking for ladies. And, we're here to accommodate them, whatever type of fantasy or party that they're looking for. If we don't have it listed underneath their profile, we'll create it.
Yeah.
But it's a lot more open, it seems like, where it was, everything was kind of quiet and like couples would come in and they'd feel really nervous, where now it's like, do y'all do couples? Absolutely. Come on in,
Yeah.
Whatever's on your mind, we'll figure it out if we can get it done and how much it's going to cost you.
That's awesome.
It's a great night here at Bella's Hacienda Ranch. Yes. Yes. Oh, yes, the spray. Okay. I got you. Okay. Okay, I got you. Get better. All right, bye. It's our daytime bartender. We have a girl coming in tonight, and we want to make sure everything is perfect in her room.
Well, that's nice.
Fanny does the cleaning of the rooms, and she does the fine cleaning, like the baseboards and the ceiling fans and all that kind of stuff. And, we want the rooms to be immaculate when the girls come in, because first impressions are everything, and then they can see how they need to leave it.
Yeah, true. That's well said. Well, I'm curious. I've been trying to ask each, person this, and it's hard to preface this question. I've been having trouble. I need to get better about how to preface this question, but I wanted to be able to take on some criticisms. I know that there are people watching this right now, and it seems like the conclusion they always draw is that none of these women chose to be here. And in fact, it seems like it's always, especially in America, presented through this lens that women are always victims.
Right.
And they could never, ever possibly choose to be here. That, something must have happened in their past, or, something must have gone wrong.
Right.
Can you take on that criticism, being somebody who not only worked in the industry, but also has worked with a lot of women, also in the industry?
I think, working as a professional courtesan, it is definitely a choice. We don't take prisoners. We don't keep anybody here. We're here to help uplift the women that do come to us, help to teach them how to negotiate, how to make money, how to be smart with their money. Bella is very much pro invest in yourself, invest in your future. Don't just come and make money and just go blowing it. Like Fanny and I both talk about how we tell the girls all the time, save your money. We blew hundreds of thousands of dollars doing a whole lot of nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, her and I both purchased homes and we've nice vehicles and, we both did a lot of traveling, but we could have been set up a lot better had we been a little bit wiser. So, it's the old goat telling the young goat, save your money.
Yeah. Yeah.
You'll be old like me one day. You want to be able to be comfortable.
Yeah. Everybody's just scared about this girl. Like you say, you don't take prisoners, but everybody's scared of this girl that has just, I don't know, something happened and she's out here because she just can't do any of it. Is that even like a true thing if you never experienced?
Not really. I mean, I've been in the business a long, long time, and most of the ladies, they're either working to pay for college, to support their families. And again, myself personally, I enjoy the hell out of sex, and I like a variety. And I always said, God, I'm like a guy, I like to savor different flavor, And so this was like perfect for me because you get to, you have the right to refuse service to anyone. So if you don't like somebody, you don't have to take care of them. You could say, I'm not a good match for you. Let me find somebody else who might be. Or like I tell the ladies, if you don't like someone, your prices go way up. If they can pay that price, you can get over not liking this person for however long it's going to take.
Yeah.
You think about, house payment, truck payment, it's easy to like somebody if they're paying you well,
And in all the houses you've worked at, including this one, have you noticed much of a problem with like drug usage?
Every house except for this one.
Really?
Every single house.
Yeah, I've heard of.
That's why it's a little scary because, especially because it's male owned and they really don't, they're not able to control the women. And there's a lot of drugs, there's a lot of alcoholism. And, when people are up for days on end, sometimes they get angry and fights break out and things like that. And our ladies don't have to worry about that. This is a drama-free house. If there's a problem, we're going to get to the bottom of it and we're going to move on. And if you can't fit in, you don't have to like anybody, but you need to be respectful. And if you can't be respectful to your fellow coworker, then you're not going to be here for very long.
Yeah.
We're here to make money. We're not here to make friends. We want the girls to be successful so that they'll come back. But if they're drama or they're, have any kind of violent tendencies or anything like that, they're not going to come back. As a matter of fact, they may be asked to leave early.
Yeah.
Because we just don't accept that.
Yeah. Yeah. I only ask that because I've heard of other houses, having issues with drugs. Somebody on my podcast told a story. She worked at a brothel where there was an overdose, and things like that can be very traumatic to the women.
We keep Narcan in the bar just in case, but we don't have drug abuse. Now, granted, the ladies are allowed to smoke cannabis. It's legal, but they still have to go outside here.
Yeah.
Okay. We don't allow it in the house.
Mm-hmm.
Having alcohol, 2 drinks per shift, per bartender shift. We're not here to get drunk, and I'm not here to babysit any drunks. I've been sober for 11 years, and that's the last thing I want to do is have to take care of a drunk. So the alcohol is not readily available. Can they buy it and bring it in their room? Sure. Do they? I'm sure they do. But as long as they're conducting themselves professionally, and they're not slurring their words or, then there's no reason for me to check their room or monitor them, So, because girls are going to do what they're going to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
We just we have guidelines and we want them to follow them. And if they don't, then there's always another beautiful lady waiting to take their place.
Yeah. And look, I know that you can't convince everybody. And I know that because I talk about, drug legalization and stuff, which is a pretty charged topic. This can also become pretty charged for people. And again, I know you can't convince everybody, but if there was somebody in here right now and they're saying, like, what is your pitch? How do you convince somebody that seems to be completely opposed to this? If you felt the need to, how would you
felt the need to
pitch this like as a thing that is okay, should be allowed to go on?
Well, men have needs. They're always going to be looking for a way to fulfill those needs. Here, it's the girls are clean. They go to the doctor. They're safe. Since they enacted the condom law, the girls always use protection because they're not only protecting themselves or their guest, but any other guests that they may have contact with, and perhaps that guest may be married or in a relationship. We need to protect those folks too. So it's, that's why we like to keep everybody not, we don't allow them to get drunk, because when people are drunk, they make mistakes, and we can't have that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I was curious. I meant to ask Bella. Does the doctor come on site here, or do they go visit the doctor for tests? Or?
Well, there's been occasions where they go to the doctor, or we have someone come here. It just depends. Right now, we have somebody who comes here and they do the blood cultures, but it can change
At any given moment, because if that person's not available, the girls still need to get their paperwork, because the sheriffs come in periodically and they check our box to make sure that the girls all have their business cards, their blood and cultures done, and that they're legal to work.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
They come in at least once a week, and we never know when they're going to come, which is fine. I mean, it doesn't matter,
because you do the paperwork and stuff.
Yeah, we're on board. We're making sure our ducks are in a row.
Yeah.
So when they come in, they just go through it all and make sure everything's current, and then they leave. So.
Very cool. Very cool. Well, I want to give Justine, an opportunity to ask some questions just in case you had any that came up. One of the things I wanted to ask before I step out of this seat was, like, do you think there would be anything that would need to change? Ideally, sex work would be decriminalized nationwide, not just legal in Nevada.
Right.
What do you think needs to happen in order to make that a reality? I know that's a big question.
I don't know what needs to happen, but I think it definitely needs to be decriminalized. And I think that they need to follow the motto of Nevada with the legalization, and, where the girls have to go to the doctor. They have to have a business license and sheriff's card. If you do all those things, you're going to weed out all, I don't want to call them undesirables, because they're not undesirable. Just, it will weed out all the problems. Is it still going to go on illegally? Absolutely. It, just like anything. But I think if it's, where they have to work in a legal brothel rather than street work or whatever, I think that would be, health-wise for the communities, for the guests, for the girls, just make a huge difference if they just followed our motto, how we do things, how we run things.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I want to thank you, Portia, for sitting with me. Justine, would you like to hop in and talk to Portia? Cool. Little women on women talk.
No.
It's not at the bunny ranch. I don't have to.
Girls talk.
Ladies. So first question, laser shave or wax? Just kidding. No, I'm just curious. So something that we have heard a lot from Dennis Hoff when he was alive, he would always tell the girls, I've got 1,000 girls a day emailing me who want to come work here. So I'm just curious, what's the hiring process like? How do these girls end up here?
Well, we refer them to our website and have them fill out an application and submit some photos. And then I speak to them on the phone and just, try to find out any history of, have they worked anywhere else? What type of work have they done? And just more or less to get a feel for their personality also. Because here it's really kind of laid back, but it's very transparent. The girls are very real, and, it's not like phony kind of stuff. And that's the kind of people that we want.
Yeah.
So
looks wise for the girls, do you try, I would assume that you go for a variety of different ethnicities, different backgrounds, everywhere from like the kind of supermodel look to the girl next door kind of thing. Do you find that there's like a certain look that is more successful here, or does it just it's kind of a crapshoot?
It's, all of the ladies do well. And, it's not really, you might think, oh, this girl might not make money, but then she's one of your biggest bookers. Personality is everything. And once they receive service from you, great service goes a long way, because guys will tell their friends. And word of mouth is still huge.
Yeah.
Guys will tell their friends what a great time they had.
Yeah.
And I mean, as far as looks go, yeah, you want to be pretty.
Mm-hmm.
However, I've seen some girls in this industry that I didn't think were very attractive, but it's not my job to determine how attractive they are. It's up to the men. And I've watched girls that I thought were unattractive make lots of money.
Yeah.
Myself, when I was a working girl, I definitely wasn't the prettiest girl by far, but I had a great personality and I was a little bit more Rubenesque. I always have been. And I would get guys because of my personality and my gift of gab. And once they like you, it's a lot easier for them to loosen up the pocketbook and spend time with you because they know you're a working girl and you're probably going to give good service.
Right.
So looks aren't as important as, as far as like your body shape or how pretty your face is, or, you can tell a guy when they come in and they look, they'll be like her right there.
Yep.
Something about her, caught his eye.
Yeah.
And we also encourage our guests to, once you choose a lady and you go on a no obligation tour and you discuss services and prices, if you can't come to an agreement with this young lady, you can talk to a different lady. They're all different prices. They're all independent contractors. So, if it's just the money thing, a lot of times a guy doesn't really care what the girl looks like because he knows that she's obviously working here for a reason. She knows what she's doing.
Yeah. Have you experienced like certain guys that come in here that the girls get like really excited to get in lineup for, like maybe somebody who's a big spender or somebody who's like particularly nice, or are they kind of neutral towards everybody?
Well, I would say they're more neutral because you never know. There's a lot of gentlemen that come in and that it's a different girl every time they come. They like the variety. They want to try the new girl. They want to try a different girl. They want to try an Asian girl or a black girl or, a redhead or a blonde or whatever. They want to try different things. And so we provide, different types of ladies.
Yeah. Since you've been in the industry for so long, do you have kind of that like sixth sense of like some guy walks in and you're like, oh, I bet he's into feet, or like, oh, I bet that guy, like, he's going to want a golden shower, or he's going to want to book with Happy. Are you able to pick up on that?
Me. They always surprise me if I have a preconceived notion of what I think they might want, and then they turn it all totally around.
Isn't that an exciting thing about this business?
And I love my job because I get to meet people from all over the country. I'm not just the bartender. We have different people every day, all day long coming in.
Yeah.
So I get to kind of travel around and learn a little bit about everybody, and it's fun.
Yeah.
And then to watch these ladies, to encourage them to spend time with our girls. And I tell them, and this is a true statement, right now we have the most beautiful girls with the best personalities, and they give great service. So whichever one, because they'll ask me, which one should I pick? Whichever one you pick is going to show you a good time.
Yeah.
And I can feel confident in that. Where years ago, I wasn't so sure about a few of them,
Yeah.
because some people it just wasn't what they wanted to really do or be here for.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a beautiful night at Bella's Hacienda Ranch. How can I help you? It is Portia. How can I help you? Yes.
Personally take a minute.
You wanted to thank me? Well, I appreciate that. Well,
No, you served us well, and I just wanted you to know that I appreciate that.
Well, I appreciate the fact that you took the time out of your schedule to call and let me know, and you just made my night. I enjoyed your visit here. I thought you were amazing, and I'm so glad that you took Arya on an out date, and she had a lot of fun. And it was a good time all around.
Well, good. I'm glad to hear that, and I hope you have a wonderful night, and keep up the good work.
Well, thank you so much. We'll talk to you soon, okay?
Okay.
All right. Bye.
That was sweet.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, I just have one last question for you. It's kind of a two-parter.
Okay.
Kind of on the dark side, but what does it take to get a lifetime ban from a brothel, and have you ever had to do it?
I don't think anybody's ever, well, I can't say nobody's been banned. There has been a few people by being disrespectful to the ladies. If you are disrespectful to the lady, and it's not necessarily, we don't really have any physical things, but just verbally abusive to the girl, you're not welcome back.
Yeah.
They don't need that. They work hard. They put up with a lot of difficult people and a lot of amazing people. But the minute you start to talk down or disrespect the lady, you're never coming back here. We don't need your business.
Absolutely. So, ladies, if you're thinking about getting into the industry, hit up Bella's, because obviously you are very protected and safety is the top priority, and you're not going to get talked down to.
No.
Not going to be tolerated.
I tell the ladies all the time, even if you're wrong, I'm on your side.
Yep.
Tell me the truth.
Yeah.
Tell me the 100% truth, and we'll go from there.
Yep.
So
that's a girl's girl. We love a girl's girl. Well, thank you for your time, Portia. And thanks for letting me sit in and ask you some questions.
Yeah, no problem. My
Appreciate it. Cool.
All right.
Is it 420? No.
To conclude this episode, I'm excited to share with you the footage that I captured during my second day at Bella's Hacienda.
It's Cole Preston. I'm back here at Bella's Hacienda. It's a licensed brothel in the state of Nevada. Let's go inside.
Right with your Bella's Hacienda. So bring your hot stuff, right?
So basically, when you approach, as some of you might know already, you just ring the bell and wait for an answer. Now, since we're recording right now and they're expecting us, we're probably not going to get a lineup. But if you were just showing up here like I am now, minus the cameras and such, they would have a lineup for you. So.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, hi. How are you?
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm back.
Yeah. I didn't do that.
So here is the bar and the brothel. Get yourself a drink before you have a good time with the ladies. Once again, this is Bella's Hacienda. As you can see, or maybe hear, I mean to say, they've always got nice music playing inside and outside. It's good vibes all the way around. Usually, like I say, if it were you coming in, you might take a seat over here. And just about where the camera's at, there would be a line of women in front of me, and I could choose 1, 2, 3, whatever my budget can afford. And from there, you'll go back over here to the conversation room, which we're not going to go in right now. But you go into the conversation room, you negotiate what you'd like to do in your party and agree on a price, pay up, and from there, you can have a good time. So.
You gotta have a man, dude.
Oh, you gotta have it on display?
Yeah. Probably. Okay, now, he's a little pin. Now, this guy, as you can see, says expires like 6. I'll put it down like this, okay?
Do you mind if I take a picture?
No, please do. And then you guys haven't gotten pictures to Jeremy yet.
Not yet.
And Bison's going to need pictures, okay? So, and I even brought my hat in case we want to do a
Perfect. I was
picture of
gonna
Bella
ask.
with hat, right?
Yes.
Now this is that escort license I petitioned for. So you see the price on this one. And when I petitioned for this, I said, well, how much is it going to cost? And they said, I think it was $30 or $35. And I was like, does anybody have a credit card I could borrow? You know?
Right.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Let me holler over here.
No problem.
I think
This mean a party's done?
it's area. No. I call her Serena. Sabrina. I was thinking, no, I get so busy. It's okay.
Hey, Sabrina. Hello again.
So this is May.
Oh, this is May. Sorry.
Yes.
Hi, May. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Okay, so as you can see, the current, but you know, and here's kind of a funny thing in Wells, okay? It expires
Yeah.
on the 30th, right? By the time you get your new license, it's like towards the end of July,
Mm-hmm.
which means your liquor suppliers won't sell to you
Right.
until they see that.
Mm.
And it's like every year, every single year, you're saying to the distributors who want it by this date, you're not going to get it. Please call the City of Wells. They'll explain. They'll usually go 15 days. And so you work to order what you need because you won't be able to order again until August. So it's like, really? This town is so big that you can't get this on time?
That's insane.
Yes. It's
Just another hoop you got to jump through,
Yeah.
right?
But I smile. You know, it's like, I don't walk in their shoes, so I don't know how tough it is.
Mhm.
You know, I don't know very much, do I?
Sure.
I mean,
So-
it's not super dissimilar
Okay.
from the old medical cannabis program that we had in Illinois, where you would send in all your paperwork, they would issue you a card, but it would still be like another month after they issued it before you even received it.
Hi. Bye, baby. See you. Bye. See you next time. That's Sabrina. Okay, now this is an old one, by the way, but I'm all current. But this is the other license that I have to have. Okay, but remember this says 19, and for whatever reason I didn't bring a new one in.
Yeah.
But so this guy here costs $650 or something.
Wow.
Or maybe 800 now.
Huh.
So the idea is they, you know, and then you got the health part, and then you got, you know. But here's the
Since you serve, do you have like food or something? Is that
No,
why
we
it
don't do
helps?
that. It's just the bar.
Oh, I see.
All right. So this is just the ridiculousness of Big Brother. All right. So we've got a 3-compartment section, right?
Mhm.
Back here. And the health department decides they got to put a hand sink in. So what it really is probably personal. All right. But you have to have it. Or you aren't going to unlock that door. And they just keep doing the silliest stuff. They never leave the bar.
Mm-hmm.
Ever. So it doesn't matter what's down the hall. They don't go.
Wow.
And then they're kind of afraid to go anyway. So it's right here.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I just look at them and go, okay.
Here's the papers.
I am never going to say a word.
Sure.
You know, our cleanliness is next to godliness. Because I learned that from my first teacher. Because I actually grew up in started school in a 1-room schoolhouse.
Yeah.
Okay. And then it went to 2 rooms when they built the new building. But Mrs. Happy, I'm sure, was a Nazi. Because we learned how to pledge allegiance to the flag like this. I pledge allegiance.
Oh no, that's
to
how the way
flag.
they used to do it. Yeah.
You know, so we learned how to do that, right?
Yeah.
And then she always said that cleanliness was next to godliness and handwriting came second. She was a stickler.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, oh my gosh. So these are just like the fun stories of a little girl that is kind of like, what? So, but what can I do for you?
Well,
Right
so
this second.
I thought we could get some pictures. You said you have your hat. I think
I
it'd be
have my
cool to get some pictures just of you, maybe some of me and you. And then
I might get just some footage of you walking up to the brothel. I know I got some footage of you driving the other day, but I'm just going to see which looks better. You know, you walking, driving with your hat on, probably. I think it could look really cool. And then just before we go, I thought I might ask if Sabrina or Taylor still want to do a quick interview. And if not, that's okay. We can hit the road. Because I know Sabrina so it looks like she just got done with a party. So
She did. And, yeah, I want to say this because it's a big deal for me. Yeah. For you to make this trip all the way out here. And I'm pretty good at blowing, the horn of Bella's and saying, you just have no idea. It's an amazing thing. But there's really no way to put it into words. Yeah. And then sort of watch the two of you go, wow, we weren't expecting this.
Yeah.
And Bella's mouth had been going like this. But you don't know until you step into it. And one of these things with Nick Thompson, I said, how does a society understand something they've never experienced?
Right. Or seen. Yeah.
I said, it's impossible. Words are words, and they're working in their mind to say, well, I think she means this from my past experiences of what I think she means. And it's like apples and oranges. Mm-hmm. It's really kind of uncomprehendable.
Yeah.
And she asked me about, being a great madam. And I said, you have to be compassionate, but you also have to be consistent.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. It's like, here's the direction. So, when I'm talking to them, and I say, look, first of all, you have to have burning desire. Mm-hmm. And then you have to have the faith in yourself to know that you'll never quit.
Yeah.
And so I always point to Chimney Rock, which you've stood behind a couple times now.
Yeah.
And I said, that's where I'm going. Mm-hmm. And I said, can you grab my mic? The goal is never easy.
Yeah.
Because no one's walked it before the way you're here to walk it.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
And, at one point, I actually did the race to the angel. And it took me 4 hours and 12 minutes.
The race to the what?
To the angel lake, right? And it left right over here from the fire department. It was 10.2 miles. I did it in 4 hours and 12 minutes, and I was fourth. Okay? And that was all age groups. I was fourth. No, I was a power walker. Oh. Okay? But the power walking division, running, biking were the three divisions, right? And you're all alone going up that road. And it isn't for the faint of heart, because there's one of these. One.
Right.
That's it. Everything else is that way. And so that's really the parallel of my life. I am not going to quit. Period. So, when I was talking with the vice, I said, I am never talking about how to solve the illegal prostitution puzzle. I said, all I'm saying is this particular model, tried, tested, works. And the other stuff you can't do anything about yet, but you can institute this for the people looking for it on both sides. Let's call it the sellers and the buyers. So I'm gonna keep that in mind, that the other is too big.
Yeah.
There's too many people that don't want to pay tax.
Yeah. Yeah. Or be above board at all.
Right. Or.
And here you are with all these hoops you've had to go through.
Yes. Yes. Every year. So I'm excited for, that however big yours turns out to be, because I know You're different from other people. Well, I'm not just going to do 30 minutes because I don't want anybody to get bored.
Yeah.
I'm going to like shoot them right between the eyes with all the facts and we'll see what they do with it.
Yes. Yeah.
And that's a really good idea. If they turn it off, okay.
Yeah.
If they don't,
You know what I was telling Justine on our way up here is that this opportunity is like, I always looked on YouTube to try to see what we're talking about and see what you've shown us, for lack of better words. And I just have never been able to find it. So this is my opportunity to make that, so that if somebody else wants to learn about this in the future, they can look online and, like you say, get the facts, get a real look at what's actually going on here. Not sometimes without context, quick looks, or, you know, the TV shows back in the day, they don't do it justice, you know?
No, they don't. And they want to dramatize it. And there's a difference between making something look like a movie of, let's say, sex and violence, sex and drugs, sex and whatever. Drama. Making it appear something it's not. And of course, there's times in here when it's rather quiet. But that's part of the reality of, are you ready when the doorbell rings? And one of the great ways to let me turn this down.
No problem. This is
big and tall.
I was gonna say, this is a song we usually turn up at the bar.
I know we do, but where was I? I forgot. Big and tall were loud. So, all right. So here's a great analogy, right? Let's say you're part of an NHRA team, all right, and you have to practice taking the car apart and putting it back together. And I think they have 40 minutes now, or 45 minutes. Okay. They have to practice that, because in between races, that's what you get. What are you after? You're going to do it 4 times and walk away with the Wally. We have to do the same thing. We have to practice. Are we ready? Instead of sort of laying down on the job. And to me, that's something that's on the extra mile. That's stuff that people won't do. They won't want to be their very best every single second. Because it's like work. What if nobody shows up? What if this happens? What if that happens? Who cares? Aren't you ready?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So I love that part.
Hell yeah. That's how I felt on this trip here. Yeah. What if this happens? What if that? Who cares? Let's just go and develop.
Yeah.
She's willing.
I am. Oh, I'm willing. Yes. Okay. So I need to get my hat.
Yeah. Let's get your hat and let's get some cool shots.
Okay. So do that. It's in the car.
Sweet.
So I'm going to cheese.
Sounds good.
I lost things. Yeah.
There's some back here behind the bar. I don't know if they're yours.
Oh, I have a red thing. I'll go back there. Over.
Okay.
You'll notice that the camera kept recording after I powered down my equipment. Keep that in mind.
So what did you just see?
So there is a new girl in the house, and so they were getting her set up with her supplies that she needs. And so condoms were $1 each, and they have different sizes. And so She gathered a variety of condoms in different sizes. She just wanted $10 worth. And then the next step was to collect her room fee whenever she was ready. So she just collected her condoms and went on her way. I also was shown that if you want to come to the brothel and perform oral sex on the ladies, there are special latex panties that they wear that are very thin latex, almost like condom material, that they wear so that you can perform oral sex on them without them risking getting syphilis or, whatever else you can get from Celaya. So pretty interesting. I thought that there was literally like a dental dam from the dental clinic and they just had to like hold it in place the whole time. So technology has come a long way, I guess, for the sex industry. Great for them. Love that for them.
As previously mentioned, the camera continued to record after I had powered down my equipment. Upon review, it seems that my camera captured some of the conversation Justine described. Here is the footage from that discussion as captured by my camera.
Sounds good.
I think I lost things. Yes.
There's some back here behind the bar. I don't know if they're yours.
At least from now on, did you go to iPhone 1 or did you buy iPhone? Okay. Or not oh, you're not going to sold, yeah. Yeah. Okay, listen. Two for $1, yeah? Two for $1. Bigger than expenses, okay. We got this. It's a medium size. Yes. Okay. Do you have this for the two of those days? You use it that once, okay? What do you mean you don't understand what how you spread it?
Oh,
okay. Let me use it. What do you mean?
This is interesting. I'm over here to listen to this.
Okay. This is for big days. I have. You have? Yes. Are you sure you have for big ding dong? Yeah. I have bigger size. Okay. Yes. And this is for little ding dongs. Plus, little. I know. Paquito. Yeah. Okay. I'm not. Don't want to go there. Yeah.
Oh, I think he's already out the way for you.
Okay. Just a moment. 1, 2, 3. Do you have lubricant? Yes, I have. Okay. Do you know what your name or this? This ones. This is me small size, right? Yeah, this is for people from the country, Charlie, very big. Yeah, this is for American men, okay? Yes, she's trying so. Yeah, no, I'm not. Happy now? Okay. Okay, let me see. Thanks. Okay. Momento, mira. This is small, so this is needed. 4 more colors. Yes. Medium size. Yes. So are you sure you have for big? For big? Yes. Okay, good. Box. Okay. I thought the ladies. Yeah. I can buy it from my room for now, okay? Okay, I think. And you want to pay me now or you want me to put in a book? And then when you get paid, then I take it out from your picture. Oh, is it good? No problem. Okay, I need to go to the store. When I go to the store, they bring you the 4 colors. Medium size. Okay, thank you. Now I go to the room. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm leaving, okay? Okay. Yes, I know. Okay, good job.
This has been recording for 4.
So I hope you know that I don't always dress like this. Not that you really care, but I'm only dressed like this for Nevada.
Okay, that makes sense. That's fair enough.
Yeah. So for folks that are tuning in right now, please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Sabrina Sweetheart, one of the ladies here at Bella's.
And where can our audience find you online if they like what they see?
Well, of course, Bella's website, bellas.us,
Mhm.
under Sabrina Sweetheart. If you are looking for me on other platforms, I'm under Javaya Shines. You can find me on Facebook, Instagram, and Snapchat, and Twitter is under Sabrina Sweets.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Well, how long have you been working here, Sabrina?
Well, here at Bella's, I think a year and a half.
Yeah. And how long have you been in Nevada?
A year and a half.
Oh, a year and a half. Okay, cool. Have you done like work like this before, Bella's, like pornography or illicit work, or?
I have been in, I would just round it up to being in the sex industry.
Sure.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
have been in the sex industry, obviously since I turned 18, and
Mhm.
I had a little background on it before.
Sure. We all like to have fun when we're young, right? So I'm just curious, how did you get introduced to sex work? As you said, it's multifaceted. That this is just one type of sex work, but just generally speaking, how did you get introduced to sex work?
Well, from a young age, I've always been interested. I don't know where it came from. But growing up, my own mother, was kind of working.
Yeah.
And being around here, I was kind of, I wouldn't say put on, but of course you pay attention to those things.
Sure. Yeah. So I know that we don't have to get into specifics, but are you from Nevada? Is that what you mean?
No, I'm
Gotcha.
from Colorado.
Oh, okay, cool.
Mhm.
Colorful Colorado. I love that state.
Yeah.
That's awesome. If you can tell, I really love that state for what
Yes,
for what they've done. Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, very cool. So what has your experience been like? I mean, obviously you've stuck with it, so lucrative?
I don't really know what that means.
Oh, like
Sorry.
like getting a lot of money, probably, right?
Oh, well, that, and I actually really like the freedom that comes with it. Me personally, I do not want to be told how to dress. I don't want to be told what to say to other people.
Mhm.
I like being my own boss, my own scheduler, and being able to work around what I want to do. And that's definitely a even bigger plus.
Yeah, that's one of the things. I can't remember which sex worker at this point. I've spoken to many, but something that stuck with me that it sounds like you just said was that they woke up one morning, they're like, I'm doing this. And the part that really stuck with me was they said their alarm clock went off and they just snoozed it. They said, I'm not getting up for anybody else anymore but myself. Like, I'll get up when I want to.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a big thing. That, and it's just hard nowadays. Everyone wants you to put on a happy face and pretend to deal with others' nonsense, and it's just not me. I
Yeah.
can't do it.
Yeah. Well, speaking of dealing with others' nonsense, I'm sure that I don't mean to say nonsense, but I'm sure you have to oblige a lot of interesting requests here at Ella's. For example, we saw the BDSM room.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we do. I do. I actually like it. I mean, it's interesting. Not every day you're going to be like, oh, today at work, I pretended to be somebody's mom. Like, it's, definitely interesting and keeps it fresh.
Yeah, absolutely. And this question's totally for you. What are some of the parties you most enjoy, so that if somebody's thinking about contacting you right now, they can make sure you have a great time?
I most definitely love couples. I love the girlfriend experience. I love going out on out dates, of course. Honestly, I like it all. And females, don't be afraid to come in, because I do work with female clients.
Very cool. Yeah, that's a question that I think most people have. Is this place only for males? Sounds like the answer is no.
No, we take couples, clients, anybody else in between. You could identify as a lamp and I'll still take it.
That's awesome. Well, very cool. Very cool. This is a question that I always love to ask. Like, Is your family receptive to it? Your friends? Have they had any thoughts?
Honestly, I have a very small knit family. A little bit of family I do have, like is more so of like my biological mom, my siblings and my grandpa, they know about it. I was always wild as a child and they're just happy that I'm making it, you know? So,
making some money.
I do have family that's kind of, I guess estranged, you know, from, you know, my grandma's side. And I know they've found my platforms. They've asked my mother about it and, you know, they all, I guess, sum it up to, well, that's just her.
Yeah. And what would you say? I like to ask this question as well, because people are tuning in, not only because they might be supporters, but there might be people that are rage watching this, right? Like, oh, these girls, they couldn't have chosen to do this. It seems like it's always based in this mentality that women are only victims. They could never choose to empower themselves.
No.
Can you take that on?
Most definitely. I do this out of pure choice. As long as I got a pussy, I'm gonna sell it.
Yeah.
Why not? Like, I just think a lot of hate can stem from certain reasonings. One, a lot of people can be jealous. I do know that it comes from too that we seem like we're having fun. We seem like, you know, it's not all fun and games all the time, but at the same time, you know, people do get the wrong ideas. And I think a lot of it also comes from them believing others and what they grew up around.
Yeah. And how would you, sometimes I don't think these people are worth my time, honestly. Like I've talked about cannabis legalization with people and it's like, if they don't agree, sometimes I'm just like, whatever, believe what you're going to believe. But if you were to try to convince somebody that doesn't believe that this should be legal, how would you make that argument, do you think?
Well, for starters, prostitution was one of the first jobs for women, sweetheart. And let me tell you, shit gets desperate.
Yeah.
Regardless of what goes on in the world, say worst case scenario, I'm still going to make it. You want to know why? Because I'm selling this pussy and pussy never goes out of style.
Well said. Well said. Well, just to wrap up, you know, you made me think of a question that I feel like I haven't asked the other girls, and I wish I would have, and maybe I'll ask Bella this, but yeah, what are some of those other things that maybe people don't consider? I mean, that are involved in your job? I'm sure, just to start the list, you have to make sure those condoms are stocked up, right?
Oh, you have no idea. Like, I have a whole tub back there, like a tub. Yeah, we do have to keep up with our own supplies, and it's not just like, oh, she gets to sit and look pretty like she does every day. Like, no, it does take a lot. It costs a lot. You want to invest it in yourself, you know, and whether that's food and even being here, you do have to buy your own food, your own travel, your business licensing, as well as the doctor. Every single week, that doctor is a lot pricier than people expect.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just a very interesting world, you know?
Mm-hmm.
How long do you foresee yourself being in industry? Do you have like an ideal exit plan, or do you think it's like something that you're going to do for life? I know I personally have met somebody like Air Force Amy who's kind of like a lifer, it seems. But I'm always just curious, like, what's your plan with this?
To be honest, I have looked into doing what I originally wanted to do. I actually wanted to go to school for mortuary science.
Fair.
By the way, didn't even make it through high school. So, but even going back, I'm like, I wouldn't make as much money. And if I did make at least the same amount per year, look at all the downsides. You know, I work every single day. I have to mind my P's and Q's.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I honestly, unless for whatever reason I blew up big, even if I did, I would still be in this industry one way or another.
Very cool. A few other things that I just thought came to mind. You have to do kind of like your own social media advertising. I mean, like, you're an independent contractor, just like a hair cutter. You have to let people know, like, my services are available.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to do that all by yourself.
Yes, I kind of do Slack.
Sure.
Most definitely Slack. But yeah, we do. And, you know, it goes beyond that. You know, it's not
it could be the little thing that makes it go off. It's not all about having the most followers, or it could be as simple as, like just going out and talking to people. Or, I went out for a night of fun in Colorado, and of course, guys are going to talk to you. Okay, well, you really want to talk to me? Well, how about you come talk to me here where you can for sure get lucky?
Yeah.
That's in itself is a big thing just for advertising.
Yeah.
Sometimes even more so than, the platforms.
Yeah. Yeah. Not to bring up, but that's exactly what I was thinking. Of course, I'm thinking of it through the lens of a platform, but I didn't think about it the way you said it. I was thinking like, some people will join OnlyFans and they'll have their favorite models on OnlyFans. And like you say, I think it's a cool pitch to be able to be like, if you like what you see, you can literally come to Bella's,
You'll for sure get lucky with it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, cool. Well, before we go, I know that this is a vague and open-ended question, but anything else that you just want to say to the world, anybody that's watching right now? This is,
well, make sure you come check out Sabrina Sweetheart. Of
absolutely.
course.
Absolutely. Well, cool. Sabrina, thank you so much. Put it right here. Yep. And folks, I hope you enjoyed this conversation as much as I did. Thanks, Sabrina. That was
You're
easy,
welcome.
right?
Yes.
Cool.
You probably have enough to do a series. You like these boots?
I love these boots. Justine, you have that camera rolling? Cool. You should get those boots on camera real quick before we get too into it.
Yes, you may have that.
Sweet.
Okay?
That's cool. Thank you.
And that's what they need to understand. And it's kind of a condensed thing, right? That if they can follow those guidelines, they'll be successful. Right? Because it means they're willing to do what others aren't willing to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
But boy, is that really hard to hold yourself accountable.
Yeah.
I think I'll lay down till the urge passes.
Yeah.
Pretty much, huh?
That's my biggest battle, holding myself accountable,
Oh, I can call you all the time. Hey.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Bella, it's been a pleasure to visit with you over the last 2 days. Like, I just want to thank you again for the opportunity to not only speak with you, but to openly just walk around the brothel and take it all in, but also to speak with some of the working women and hear their perspectives, not only of their experience here, but their experience at other places. It was so cool. So thank you. Like, I just want to thank you.
Yes. You're welcome. And I feel in my heart that every one of them are a perfect fit here. And whatever, like I think Happy said, we all have a past.
Yeah.
But is this a fit? Is being with Bella a fit? So that they're comfortable enough, secure enough in their footsteps to actually get momentum and be, I'm going to call it, secure financially.
Yeah. Yeah. And, I just have to say, one of the things that one of the working girls told me off the record that I thought sounded really good on your part. I know that me starting that sentence, you're like, oh no, where's this going? They told me off the record that one of the reasons they love your place so much is because they don't know who's the top booker. There's no like, you get the best rooms if you're making the best money. Like, as we talked about in our first conversation, it seems like that just pits people against each other. And it sounds like you're really doing it the way it should be done. So I just wanted to pass that on to you and kind of get your thoughts on that,
I believe that women never need to know who's made what. All right. And why is that important? It can bring down their self-esteem. All right. And sometimes that gets rather damaged as we come out of our younger years, high school years, maybe feel like, someone told us, well, you can do anything you want, except that. What? I thought you said I could do anything I want. Well, yeah, but, That's
Right.
ridiculous. And why would anyone cap someone's passion? And so, as I was explaining earlier to an individual, I said he wanted to know why beginning courtesans made less. I said they have to learn. They have to learn that it isn't about them and the money that they want to attract. And part of that is, but they have to understand that to them in the very beginning, $300 might be a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
And in a few weeks, $1,200 might seem like the amount that they're comfortable asking for. All right. Because you can't offer a $1,200 client a $300 party.
Right.
It won't fit. He won't take it. He's not looking for a deal. He's looking for a match with a gal that has the experience and the, I'm going to call it the services that can actually match where he's at in life.
Yeah.
And so that can take just a little while. It certainly doesn't have to take years. Like, if you think about it, when you were very young and let's say there was a $20 job out there and you couldn't imagine being paid $20 an hour, you wouldn't get the job. You weren't in alignment with that type of money per hour. So you would probably get a job at $8 an hour or whatever, because that was in alignment with your willingness to attract, I'm going to call it a certain amount of money.
Yeah.
We have to grow out of that.
Yeah.
We were talking the other day about picking strawberries as kids or green beans or whatever. It was like whole 4 cents a quart. I didn't make hardly any money because I ate all the good strawberries. But 4 cents a quart? You're on your knees all day. You did it one day.
Mm-hmm.
And you figured out, oh no, that is being I'm going to call it a farm laborer. I wasn't cut out to do that. So, but I gave it a go. I made $1.04.
Yeah.
All day. Probably got a sunburn too. So, those are things that have to be in alignment as they, go forward. And so it's like I have some what I call booking sheets that give them an idea about what we call time and money. It isn't in stone. We're selling experiences, but they need to understand what everyone else is typically charging for services so that up here catches up. And I think that's like working at the community college, and then all of a sudden you're ready for the university. You're ready.
Yeah.
You're chomping at, I've got this.
Yeah.
And you had to become that.
Yeah. That's pretty brilliant. Yeah. Totally separate subject. And of course, I don't mean to shift gears because that was really deep. I didn't expect that to be that deep.
It's Bella.
It's Bella. Yeah. So I wanted to ask, so in Illinois and in many states, they have it so that dispensaries must be at least sometimes 1,500 feet away from each other. I won't name any names, but there's a brothel within spitting distance. Do you feel their competition to you, or how do you view them? Are they just another shop in town, like the gas stations look at each other?
Well, it goes back to when they wrote the code.
Yeah.
All right. And the vote was 2. There would never be any more. All right. So that actually makes the license quite valuable, because this is the crossroads of the Western United States, the best location of any brothel.
Yeah.
That one hasn't been run correctly in 23 years. It's like wrong owner. Doesn't get it.
Mm-hmm.
And so there was a time they outperformed me, but that was like 2000, right? So I utilized that to learn. And then all of a sudden it all just went right into the ditch over there. when a sale happened, and it never came back. So they aren't competition. They're, if someone picked up their license, it would be a lot of work to take something that has attracted virtually no one for 23 years and have that determination to make it something.
Yeah.
And, you know, a gentleman did come in here and he said, well, you know, I think there's lower hanging fruit than your brothel, Bella. I said, well, yeah, but look at the difference in the two. I said, do you have the money and the time and the energy to learn how to attract women, to learn how to train women, to have the house maybe or maybe not look like this one? And because that's actually 1950 trailers pushed under a roof. Someone said there's a train car under there, but I don't know. So it's something that's incredibly unfixable.
Yeah. Well, dang, I was about to ask you if you would ever consider purchasing that license, but I don't know if is it fixable by Bella at least?
No, I can only own one.
Oh, so there's a license limitation.
Mm-hmm.
So is it that a person or entity can only own one license, or
just here?
Just here.
Yeah.
So you could theoretically.
Well, I could go to Elko, or I could go, somewhere else.
Just your town.
But there's only one me, and as you can see, it takes a great deal of energy.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I always think that once I get split into that, then my energy is divided, and probably it would take two to do what one's doing. Yeah, that's basically probably a scientific fact, because the energy required to do one thing well doesn't mean that, well, all of a sudden I'll just double my money. Sure. And of course, I appreciate the money that gets shared. They know what I'm doing. I tell them, because they deserve to know. Yeah. They deserve to know that, the new expansion was $250,000. The road that goes out to 95 was $250,000. And you make billboards, this one here. I mean, that everything to be done right is many, many, many thousands of dollars. So, and I'm not a banner girl where, you put up there, world famous, and it's on a piece sheet of plywood and you bang it up. That's just not my style.
Yeah.
I want it to look like the Taj Mahal.
Mm-hmm.
And in here, obviously we needed to be on the other side of the tracks. We want the families to stay together in town. We aren't in competition with town.
Is that another part of the regulation that you are on this side of the tracks?
Well, a lot of the brothels are right down the street, like in Mount House.
Yeah.
Or right all around them are just like auto wrecking yards.
Yes.
Okay. Well, why is it that way? Who's going to move a big subdivision in? So they have longevity there as a brothel.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to push them out so that they can build on it, right?
Right.
So there's a logic behind where they're located.
Yeah. I wondered about that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I didn't even clearly ask that question. I felt like you gave me a good answer. So, well, cool. I was gonna, ask you, I've asked all the basically all the girls, I think they all sound like they're doing well for themselves. Bella, are you doing well for yourself? I mean, you have a nice vehicle. Is that too personal of a question?
Actually, I'm doing really well.
Good.
Okay. And I'm going to say here, okay, first, and I'm just going to call it like on a internal soul level. When I was younger, I was pretty frantic about the financial obligations that I was instructed to assume. All right. And when I was talking earlier with that gentleman from the Vice, he wanted a few details. And I said, told him a little thing about I-80 and the barricades and when it opened. And I said, so when my late husband was sort of romanced into this purchase and other people were supposed to run it, I said, everything came through town. I said, it was standing room only. You had to fight your way to the bar to get a drink. And I said, by the time I came along, he brings me up here, Interstate's open, and I go, we all this money for this? Because I didn't understand what all this money and where's the business?
Right.
And so it's like, and then I was put in a position to reinvent how this was going to thrive. So now, okay, how am I going to have it thrive? Okay, the next logical thing to do is to become the spokesperson for the brothel industry.
Yeah.
And by that, I don't mean representing them. I'm just saying we all are legally licensed. And I'm speaking about my concepts of what and where the industry should be going.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone else is silent.
Right.
They just want the money to come in.
Right.
Well, we all know what happens if you stop pedaling the bicycle. It begins to decel. Things have to be progressive. They have to move forward. They have to adapt. They have to be adaptable. They have to change with the times.
Yeah.
They have to have service and value. So every party isn't a $5,000 party or, $1,200 party. Are the clients leaving happy? Because they're going to tell somebody. And if they have a poor experience, they're going to tell even more people, and I'm thinking that it might have been Justine that got to hear a phone call from someone that was so thankful to be received and treated in a way that they absolutely had to call in and be thankful about. So if that's a great, if that's a great representation of what is here now, then we just got to keep doing more of that.
Yeah.
By the way, we did get that phone call recorded. Portia put it last week.
Yeah, I heard that. That's super cool.
Yeah.
And, it's cool because I did the same thing. If I get it in me, I'm like, hey, whoever that pizza, that was great. So it's cool to hear you get the same patrons. So as we start to wrap, I'd love for you as America's Madam. Is it the American Madam or America's Madam?
American Madam.
The American. I love it. I love it. So, as the American Madam, feel free to say it right to the camera.
To our listeners.
Okay.
Why should prostitution be legal? And I know we've touched on that so many different places, but yeah.
I'm going to say that the idea of legal licensed houses that are referred to as prostitution should be regulated and legalized. And of course, there's already a blueprint for it in Nevada. And the reason is people want to experience their sexuality. And they want to many times be with multiple partners, but they want to do it at a location where they can be safe. They don't, and that includes medically. And when you provide a destination like that with a variety of women, like all nationalities, that is something that a person can't find out in the normal world. So that destination allows them to actually experience, I'm going to say, their sexuality safely. Okay. And I'm thinking that's the biggest part that's missing without locations for people to go to. Okay. Because there's no one that can go get exactly what they want for, let's say, money, and carry that memory for their whole life and never feel badly about the fact that that's exactly what they wanted. So our struggle is being human correctly. And being human correctly isn't about saying a kind word to someone. However, we could use some help there too. It's about how to express our sexuality without any manipulation to someone else, and having that other person be absolutely in alignment with having that same experience with you or with, the client, the guest. So the destination becomes, for lack of a better way of saying it, like for some people, the very best vacation they could have orchestrated for themselves.
Yeah. Well said. Well, that was my last big question. This is a random question that I just wanted to ask. It literally just came to mind, and I don't know how it came to mind, but I don't expect you to have an answer for this. I want to be clear, but why do you think somebody like Hugh Hefner never got into this? It's like he was right in California, wasn't it? Like, right over there, it seems, doing his thing. I always wondered, like, they had the Playboy Mansion, but why didn't they have the Playboy brothel?
California does things a little odd at times. Why would you open dispensaries and you have no license for growing? Where's it coming from?
Right.
Is it just showing up from a trunk of a car?
Yeah.
But they sort of sometimes get the horse after the cart, right?
Yeah.
But I'm thinking that, like Mr. Hefner, he came across as a playboy. Whatever he wanted, he already had. And so it was more about, wasn't exploiting women as such. It seemed in a way like a way for young women that were very pretty, a lot of them, of course, very blonde, to like pin a little label on themselves, like, well, I'm a bunny, I'm a Playboy bunny. In today's world, it's like, well, I'm a porn star. We don't have the Playboy bunny thing going. And that was probably, a lot of that could have had a lot of illegal activity associated with it. But he capitalized on it financially.
Yeah.
And so he was a great businessman. But he didn't have like a model of something that he could franchise as such, There are little clubs, in certain towns, but it wasn't going to come to Wells.
Yeah.
I don't think they'd show up.
No Playboy brothel in Wells. Well, I think this is actually a good last question, and maybe I'll teach you something here. And maybe I'll even teach my audience something. So the Cole memo is not just me leaning into my own name. It's actually a reference to federal drug policy regarding cannabis. So as some may know, cannabis is illegal federally, but at a state level here in Nevada and in my home state, Illinois, and some other states, it's now legal at a state level. I was just curious, from what I understood, cannabis employees have trouble banking because of that intersection between federal and state law. Not so much asking about banking. I'm just asking, is prostitution illegal at a federal level? Like, I've never really thought about that until because cannabis was illegal at the federal level, but then the states said yes. But do you know that? Like,
Well, we should have sovereignty over them, We should.
Yeah.
I would think that if they were to, make a law, another law to add to the Constitution or the Bill of Rights, they would make it illegal. But right now, I don't believe that there is an actual, I'm going to call it a law that would stand up in Nevada that would close us down.
Right. Yeah, and I didn't mean like that it would get you closed down or anything, but because like I think of it as cannabis dispensaries as well. You go over to Utah, you don't see any cannabis dispensaries because it's not legal by state law. But there's always been that intersection between federal and state law, so I hadn't thought of it until just now, thinking about my own show name and like what it meant. I was like, is prostitution illegal at a federal level? But it sounds like maybe there's not really a law defined at the big government level.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything that I'm pretty darn sure, because there was a case that some years back, and they wanted to say, oh, this federal law says that all of this is illegal. It did not stand up. It failed, and we carried on. Well, we were carrying on anyway.
Yeah. And so, to close, that's kind of what I wondered. Dispensaries are allowed to operate under the Cole memo. They're saying, fuck federal law. This is the state law, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it sounds like you say, there's not anything akin to that in sex work. There's not a Cole memo for like,
No, we don't need a Bella memo.
Yeah, no, but it'd be cool though, right?
Yeah. I need a memo.
Yeah, that could be the name of your show, the Bella Memo.
Oh, there you go.
Anyways,
right now we'd have to get some time to do more, right?
Yeah.
So,
Bella, I want to put it right here, and I want to give you the opportunity, because I know I keep asking my questions. Before we go, do you want the space to say anything to our listeners, anybody tuning in, anything at all? It's your floor, literally.
Oh, okay. I do. I want to say that if you haven't already, please visit bellas.us. That's BELLAS.us. Our Twitter, isn't it a handle? Right. Our Twitter handle is at Bella's Hacienda. So that's BELLASHACIENDA. So friend us. Okay. You have any questions? Email us. Stop by. There is no obligation. There's no cover charge. You're welcome. Ask questions. And then obviously it's cash, credit card, and we have an ATM here. So you can mix and match and shop until there's nothing left of you.
Well, folks, this has been an amazing experience. I know that the camera and I can't give you the full experience, but it is my hope that you're feeling what I'm feeling, which is blessed to have this opportunity. So thank you, Bella.
Thank you. And I'm blessed because you traveled a long way.
Yeah.
Trusting what I said in your first podcast with me.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and trusting that you wouldn't. I was just thinking on the way here, like, I really hope she doesn't just cancel on me at the last second and we didn't drive up to Nevada for no reason.
Oh
but
my
you
God.
didn't.
No.
Yeah. So.
No.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So, well, folks, we'll see you. Take care.
Bye for now.
And there's nothing short of dying that's half as lonesome as the sound of the sleeping city sidewalk and Sunday morning coming down. In the park I saw a daddy with a laughing little girl that he was swinging. And I stopped beside a Sunday school and listened to the songs they were singing. Then I headed down the streets, and somewhere far away a lonely bell was ringing. And it echoed through the canyons like a disappearing dreams of yesterday. On a Sunday morning sidewalk, I'm wishing, Lord, that I was stoned. 'Cause there's something in a Sunday that makes a body feel alone. And there's nothing short of dying that's half as lonesome as the sound of the sleeping city sidewalk. And Sunday morning coming down.